And we are back after our short little switch over break. So now we will have uninterrupted streaming for the next 6 hours, and we're going to try our very best to bring most of the live action to you of this 24-hour race, proudly brought to you by RaceFace.Pro, resources complete, Karibu networks and extreme service centers. So now that we are back, let's quickly see what exactly have we missed. Still out in front, we've got Luke Addison. He's just the stage absolutely, I don't want to say storm around the track. Second place we've got D Nokia. He's followed by Sean Stradom in third place, JW Falskink fourth place, and Henry Mayer currently in fifth place. Let's just quickly get all our broadcasting stuff up and running so that you can actually see the deltas on the track. And currently we see that a couple of cars are in the pits. Seventh place Christopher Radloff, he's making his way into the pits. Then ninth place Brandon Kruger, also making his way up to the pits. They are now into the top 10 after falling all the way down the field after they were running in third initially. Then in 14th place Yandre Buerta, and 15th place Tinas Buerta of Karibu Networks, just exiting the pits, and Daniel de Villiers also currently in the pits. So 4 cars at this stage in the pits, with Buerta making his way out back onto the track. And with Smith, thank you, welcome back, thank you very much. Now we can do a little bit of a longer stint before we need to take a break again. So now we can have we can get the chat going. But before we get the chat going, I'm just going to take a small break. So I'm going to leave you guys for about 10-15 minutes maybe, and leave you in the capable hands of our automated camera system. So just want to grab a quick bite to eat. Our commentators, or us commentators, we do need to eat sometimes. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so, and then we can see who else we can get into the commentary box as we head into the evening and into the night during this 24 hours of Spa. I'll chat to you shortly.
Okay, so I'm back. Let's quickly have a look at what comments we've got on the YouTube. Inoxia saying, "Go Matthijs Brits, car number 231." So let's quickly have a look at car number 231 as we head over. Currently driven by Mr. Musa. So as we look back on from the rear wing of the Osama Ben lagging car, that's our, if I'm not mistaken, that is our learner driver Aston Martin. That is indeed. So currently sitting in 8th place. In Inoxia, I am not entirely buying that whole learner driver thing. So let's see how this pans out in the learner driver Aston Martin. Then we also have It's the Joker asking if I want some company in the commentary booth. Well, more than welcome to head over to the interview room, and I'll keep an eye out for that, and pull you over into the commentary box, and we can have a little bit of a chat and discuss the racing that's been going on to date. But in first place, still Luke Addison. He's heading out the charge, and having said that, decided to make a little bit of a pit stop, maybe handing it over to Cody or Jordan Sherritt, or maybe he will remain in the car. Remember, they're only a 3-driver team, so it's only those 3 drivers participating. Second place, also a 3-driver team, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Dino Kier driving with Ruan van der Walt and Vincent Nell. So they still battling it out there in second place, and trying everything they can to close down that gap, and also heading into the pits. So let's see if Dean is going to do a driver swap. Currently actually driving very slowly, and almost coming to a stop in the pit lane. Have they run out of fuel? That is interesting. Having a look at a little bit of a rear view from Flip van Sale's car, and if it is indeed Flip driving the car, because remember we spoke to them a little bit earlier, so if it is indeed Flip in that luxury time racing car that is still driving out there, but Dean or Kia, I think he had to tow back to pits, and at this stage that has dropped him down to 4th place. So I think he actually ran out of fuel and had to tow back to the pits. So as things stand now, Sean Stradham and the guys from Logistical Nightmare Racing, his teammates at this stage, Ryan Barrington-Smith, Paul Venter, Sean Buck, Sean Skitter, Alex Moore, I think they are definitely, most probably, happy with this second position at the moment. 3rd place, JW Falskink in the blue Mercedes. He's trying to make up ground to Sean Stradham, currently 42 seconds behind, and trying to close down that gap. If we look further down the field, closest battle we got at this stage is Ruan van der Westhuizen. He's currently 5.4 seconds behind SC Esterhuizen. So I assume SC is not gonna join me in the commentary box during this stint. So, but he's also told us a lot of stories about how he is their slowest driver. So let's see how the slowest driver of this team can take the fight to the likes of Ruan van der Westhuizen, who's trying to hunt him down. But this is the only real battle that is under, call it 10 seconds. But Dino Kier still in the pits, so this is turning out to be quite a lengthy pit stop for Dean, and it'll have to remain to be seen if there's more positions to be lost, because Mr. Ryan Ottens, he's not that far behind. He's making his way up to the bus stop chicane, and Dino Kier got going. I think he got going just in time. Ryan, he's not made it to the bus stop chicane yet, so I think 4th place for Dean is safe at this stage. And speaking about Ryan Ottens, he's got SC Esterhuizen trying to close that gap of 17.6 seconds. So let's see how that little battle goes. But having said that, let's just quickly have a look. Luke Addison has handed over to Jordan Sherritt, and this team of Jordan Sherritt, Cody Sherritt and Luke Addison now 3 laps ahead of second place team, Logistical Nightmare Racing. I mean, we've basically done 9 hours of racing, and to be 3 laps ahead after 9 hours, that takes some serious doing. Quickly having a look at Gavin Scruton. He's back behind the wheel of the Karibu Networks car, also one of our sponsors. So as we're heading into the darkness, this is something I want to chat about. It's 9 o'clock, 6 minutes past 9 sim time, and it doesn't really seem to be getting dark all that quickly. So you know, though the guys have switched on their headlights, we can see the slight reflection of the headlights on the tarmac. None of them, I think, really has turned on the enduro lighting that they will need for the full darkness, so to speak. Let's quickly have a look at Ryan Ottens. He's trying to chase down Dino Kia in 4th place, but you know, being 25 seconds behind, and in turn SC Esterhazy trying to chase him down. I'll have a chat maybe a bit later to Essie and you know, ask him just exactly how this dusk stint of his went. Further down the field, 15th position, we've got Dewald now. Dewald's trying to chase down the likes of Neil Greening in the Logistical Nightmare Racing BMW. He's 2.5 seconds back. If we just see him there in the background, he's trying to close that gap and trying to line Neil up for a possible pass, but let's see if he's able to close that gap down. It does seem like the chat has got a bit quiet, so I think it's starting to get a little bit late. You guys are starting to get a bit tired, so maybe not as chatty as they were earlier on in the day and earlier on this afternoon. Maybe also a case of things are getting a bit more serious as we head down to we head on to just over 9 hours of racing that has been done in this 24 hours of Spa. See Dewald now. He's definitely catching up to Neil Greening now, only 1 second behind, so he's definitely starting to creep up into that passing zone. Definitely already in a slipstream type of situation. 0.7, 0.8 as they go through Eau Rouge and up to Radion onto the Camel Straight. Let's see what Dewald can do. Vietier, thanks that you're still there. I suppose you're also keeping an eye on the race to see who's doing what. But Dewald, he's deciding to, you know, just stay behind Neil, not force the pass, and you know, just putting that little bit of a pressure on and trying to maybe force a mistake. Well, let's keep with this little battle and see how it turns out. Oh, so Essie's going for gold. That's good. But Essie, according to him, is your slowest team member. So Vietier, maybe you'll have to just get some clarity for us on that one. Is he really as slow as he makes out to be? So Dewald now all over the back of Neil. You know, he's definitely letting him know he's there, and having a look on the inside, then the outside, but just keeping it close, trying to get into that slipstream as they start getting onto the power for this fast sweeping section of Spa. And he's going to try and stay in that slipstream, possibly just lining up for a pass into the bus stop chicane. Juan, I tend to agree with you. Got to take my hat off for the Oaks driving a Honda on a 24-hour race. And we've got more than one Honda. Oops. And Neil running wide, opening the door for Dewald, and Dewald taking the opportunity. Leaders, they're in a Honda. And at this stage, they're not doing too badly, seeing that they are 2 laps ahead of the field. And there is still 1 or 2 other Hondas across the field that's sticking around, but I kind of know what you're talking about, because our last endurance race on ACC was in the Honda, and I want to be honest, we didn't see the end. Dylan Hall from Sarko, still here, being told to eat and go to sleep. Well, maybe you should just listen to your teammates a bit and freshen yourself up. I think your stint is in 3 hours, a little under 3 hours time. So I take it from the discussion on the chat that the Audi is also not that good. I'm going to be very honest. I tend to struggle with, I won't say struggle, but I tend to be on ACC slower with the rear engine cars. So that's the like of the McLaren, the Honda, the Audi, the Lamborghini, the Porsche. Even though I love the Porsche is my favorite car on ACC, or my favorite car on any sim for that matter. I tend to be slower in the mid-rear engine cars. Now, sad thing about it is, or the sad thing is, the front engine cars, I used to race the Bentley for very long. Then, well, actually, I started off with the Aston, moved over to the Bentley, and then more recently the BMW that you currently see on screen. It just tends to suit my driving style a bit better, and I tend to be quicker in them. And it's unfortunate that the Bentley used to be such a popular car in ACC, but that's been taken over very much by the BMW and also the Aston Martin making a comeback. I think the Bentley being a 2018 spec car, it's maybe become just a little bit too old. Tina's words are saying nighttime is coming, put on your helmets boys. Tina's nighttime has been coming for a while now. I wonder what time it will actually be dark, because 40 minutes past 9 sometime, and it's become a little bit dark, but not nighttime yet. So having a look, we've got a little bit of a battle on our hands. Gavin Scrutron from the Canito Networks racing team, he is still in pursuit of Neil Greening. He's trying to close that gap of 1.8 seconds. So maybe we'll see a little bit of action on track. And further up the field, we've got Hervé Marais. He is in the Luxury Time racing car. He's trying to chase down Hansi Mayberg. 4.5 seconds up the road from him. She's just going to stick with this Gavin Scruton battle with Neil Greening for a little while longer. Okay, so you're saying on board is a bit darker and slowly creeping in. I suppose we have the advantage of the outside cameras, and let's quickly have a look and see if we can maybe hop on board to the viewers a little bit of a better understanding that what is starting to happen inside the cars. Dylan Hall saying sun progression of 0.1. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe, you know, by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning we'll have some darkness just before sunrise. I know a couple of drivers that won't mind that it's, you know, getting dark this late, but also a couple of other drivers that you know, they prefer the nighttime driving. Oh, thanks Dylan for the inside info. Dylan say that they are going to pit, so we can hop over to Arvia. And no Dylan, you're not pitting, you're carrying on for another lap. Oh, I love the inside info we're starting to get. Sean Buck saying that our second place guys, Sean Stradom and team, will be pitting soon, so we will be seeing this BMW. Don't know how accurate your info is, but and then Dylan saying 2 laps. Tina's Buerta saying that their car only started getting stable now. And Smith saying team tactics there. Yeah, we'll see how accurate their tactics are. So let's keep an eye on the logistical nightmare racing BMW, and you know, see if they will actually pit soon. Well, not this lap. Carrying on for another one, and I think we're going to see Arvia also. Let's see if Arvia dives into the pits. Oh, so you're saying 2 laps after this one. Thanks, Sean, for the inside info. So let's keep a little eye on the logistical nightmare racing BMW. But Sean, you know, at this stage the guys from L&R, they are doing an absolutely awesome job. I think, you know, the whole team, the likes of Sean Stradom and Paul and Ryan and Sean. How many Seans are you, Mr. Sean Buck? Because in your team you've got Sean Skitter, Sean Buck, Sean Stradom. So you're a 3 Sean team. I wonder if Sean's going to answer me on that question. I'm having a look at our leaderboard. You know, Sean Stradom, 8 Seans from Dylan. Wow, okay. So I assume it goes to a surname and not a first name. Oh, so only 2 of the Seans are spelled correctly. So I assume it's yourself and you say 2 of the Seans. Are spelled correctly. So I assume they're saying that your name, Sean Buck, is spelled incorrectly because you're spelled H-A-W-N. I see Sean Stradom now joining the chat.
and see you're just a random Sean Stratham just watching. So seems like the LNR guys are starting to join the chat. Sometime soon Dylan might need a little bit of reinforcement, a little bit of backup. So Sean, I'm still waiting for Sean to pit. Okay, cool. This lap. So let's keep an eye on this BMW. Should be diving into the pits as soon as it reaches the bus stop chicane. Now going through the S's, so still about a third of a lap to go. And we're going to see how accurate the information is. And Dylan saying they're pitting, so RV is coming into the pits. And lo and behold, he is. So Dylan, thank you for that inside info. Giving away a little bit of strategy, and we're going to hop back to Sean Stratham to see as he makes his way down to the bus stop chicane. Is he going to go straight onto the pits, or is he going to go left for another lap? Alright, should be going straight into the pits, and he is. So Mr. Buck, are you guys going to do a driver swap, or is Sean going to stick around for another stint? So okay, so Dylan's saying there Sean is driving now, so you are doing a driver swap. Arvi is going for another Sean, and then maybe Sean from Sarko will be trying to chase down Sean from LNR. Okay, so one of the Seans will be driving. Cool. That can be any one of three. Oh no, not you. Any one of two. So I'm waiting. So Sean Stratham still in the car. So one of the Seans will be driving. Cool. Let's quickly have a look further down. 12th position. Ervier. 0.2 of a second behind Werner Skuman. Dylan, so it seems like you guys from Luxury Time Racing has got a little battle on your hands with the guys from Hybrid Academy. So here's a nice little battle. Let's see if Sean can close the gap on Werner Skuman, or is Werner going to pull away from Sean? At this stage, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Sean is still on a little bit cold tires, so he needs to get them up in temp, get them up to temp, get them up to pressure, and then start chasing down Werner Skuman from the Hybrid Academy team. So let's see what's going to happen in the next couple of laps. But Dylan, what's your prediction on this one? Dave ZA says my toes are freezing. Hope you are warm and ready for this, Dave. Where are you located? Are you guys? Okay, Sean. So you guys are. Dave is with you in the UK. Well, we don't exactly have snow down here in South Africa at the moment. I've got this thing called an aircon running. So, Sean from Luxury Time Racing, still setting his sights on the likes of Werner Skuman. As Dean Kabasa put it, they made up a position. But let's see if Sean can chase down Werner Skuman and maybe make a pass on him. Well, I'm so glad we don't have snow at the moment. Sean says they had fog and snow the whole day. It sounds interesting. Closest thing to snow we get here this time of years is hail and rain. No snow. It's still a form of ice though, so I suppose it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, Sean says it makes it fun for driving. I can imagine, yeah. A little bit of slipping and sliding. Come on, Uncle Sean. Can you be a bit more specific there, Juan? Which Sean exactly you took me? Talking about Sean Lorerio or Sean Stradom that's out in second place, trying to chase down the likes of Jordan Sherritt, Cody Sherritt, and Luke Addison. Well, this Sean is only 0.8 of a second behind Werner Skuman, but at this stage it doesn't really look like he's making much inroads into that gap. It's staying between 0.7 and 1 second, so John, I think you guys will have to maybe speak to Sean in the rig, and you know, as Dylan said earlier, when in doubt, flat out, just try and close up that gap. I want to maybe have a look and see. It's now, well, not that much difference. It's let's work on sim time. It's 28 minutes past 9. It's about 3 minutes ahead of real time. 28 minutes past 9. Let's see if I can pull through to 12 o'clock. I don't know, including breaks. It should have given me about 11 hours or so in the commentary box, maybe 10 and a half. So Sean now only 0.3 of a second behind Werner Skuman. So it does seem like Sean is trying to, or is starting to get some giddy up and go. So maybe he's trying to, you know, get past Werner Skuman. And the other question, Dylan and the rest of the luxury time racing guys, do you think if he gets past Werner Skuman, will he be able to pull away from that pink hybrid Academy Mercedes? Okay, so Dylan says, I reckon my Sean will get into a rhythm and take him. He's ran a bit wide just a little bit earlier, so doesn't look like it costs him any real time. So let's see, maybe line up for a pass through Eau Rouge down the Camel Straight, as they've got one of the cars that they are busy lapping in front of them. So at this stage it does look like Werner in the hybrid Academy Mercedes might also benefit from a little bit of slipstream as they go through Eau Rouge. Now with it getting darker, you can see Sean going through Eau Rouge there. And that's the part of nighttime driving I love. You start seeing those sparks flying. You know that it's total darkness. It's not that far away, but still darkness creeping up on us. It's 9:30 sometime, and still relatively daytime out there. Let's quickly have a look if we hop with Sean into the car. See, not nighttime yet, still some daytime around, and he is trying his very best to catch up to Werner Skuman and trying to get past him, pushing very hard, taking the curbs on that BMW with that BMW. Dylan, I don't know, are you worried that he's being a bit hard on the tires there, trying to affect this pass, or is everything good? Just out of interest, hopping to our leaders, they've, as you can see the little pink purple clock next to their name, they've set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 2:16.645. So almost had a moment there with one of the cars. They lapped, closing up on them fairly rapidly, so I think maybe catching them by a bit of surprise. But let's have a look at this battle. Sean very close to Werner at the stage, but will he get past? Tristan de Norbriga, nice to join us on stream. Tristan says, you Oaks are brave, just got home from the Killarney 9-hour and I'm broken. Tristan, how did the race go? And maybe you've got some inside info on my spotter's guide. You know, I still have a certain Mr. Daniel Rowe as being part of the other teams. Do you know if Daniel will make an appearance and join us a little bit later for a driving stint? You know, maybe just coming over for a while to help out Jason Bago and JW. Maybe Tristan will let us know a little bit later if Daniel will be driving after his 9 hours he did earlier. So, it's our back. Seeing this is the closest battle currently out on track. Sean Lorerio battling with Werner Skuman. Werner Skuman in the Hybrid Academy car. Sean in the LTR by Schick car. So, let's see. It's Mercedes versus BMW. Both front engine cars. So, although a lot of people will say they are front mid-engine cars, with the engine being mounted behind the front wheels. Not exactly purely a front engine car, but I'm not going to argue that one. So Sean has been sitting behind Werner for a couple of laps now, and he's hovering in that 0.4-0.5 seconds of a gap at this stage. It doesn't really look like it's bothering the Werner Skuman all that much in the Hybrid Academy Mercedes. So I don't think he's going to give the position to Sean. Dylan, if that's what you guys are hoping for. I think Sean will have to work for this one. Thanks Tristan for letting us know. Saying that Daniel has got quite some drive from back home from the track, and maybe we'll make an appearance later. Maybe tomorrow. You know, some teams do mix it up that you know, some of the drivers only make an appearance in the later race. Highly possible in a 24-hour race, where, you know, some of the drivers might only join us tomorrow. There's no limit in the amount of driving that the drivers can do, so it's not a question of they need to split their stints evenly. They can, you know, some of the drivers can do a lot more driving than others, and in situations like we have, where some of the drivers have been involved in real world racing today, only making it back home or to a venue that they are racing later on in the day. So you know, some of them, like Dylan, also is only gonna, Dylan, I believe your stint starts at 12. I believe they told you to go and sleep, and you keep on sending messages on the YouTube. Yep, absolutely agree with you. No point in Sean doing something stupid. So at this stage, you know, I think he's quite happily sitting behind Werner, and if it's not costing you guys too much time, you know, why risk it? Although we see him just, you know, putting his nose in there. He's a lot closer to Werner at this stage. So let's see if we can get some action down the Camel Straight. We go through Eau Rouge, up Radion, and now he needs to sit in that slipstream. Werner not hanging back. He's absolutely flat out in that Mercedes. So how's the top end difference between the Mercedes and the BMW? Sean's sitting in the slipstream but not really gaining. So at this stage, deciding to not make the pass. Having a look a little bit further down the field, the battle for 15th position, we got Neil Greening and Dean Cabasa duking it out. Dean just roughly about a second behind Neil. So still have the livery of I'm going to say the Mercedes colours on the BMW. And let's keep a little eye on this battle, as you know, Sean is still 0.4. If a pass looks imminent there, and I see that delta time dropping of Sean, then I'll switch over to them. But at this stage, just looking at Dean, 0.3, 0.2, closing up right behind Neil Greening. So a battle of two front engine cars, two BMWs, duking it out. Dean deciding not to go for the pass there, quickly hopping over to Sean. Still 0.3 of a second, maybe lining up for a slipstream down the back straight, if you can call it that, although it isn't straight, but it is flat out, and you can still pick up a mighty slipstream, you know, making use of all the track. And Werner looks like he's going to defend that inside line and make Sean go round the outside, which is not going to work at this stage. Having a look further back, Dean Cabasa and Neil Greening. Dean, he's just sticking behind Neil and biding his time and trying to line him up for a pass. Mark saying, that's my teammate. Who exactly, Mark? He's your teammate. And we've got somebody joining us in the commentary box. Mr. Bertus Hugo.
Good evening.
Bertus, how are you doing?
I am well as well as you can do with all the load shedding happening. I'm almost halfway through my last stint for the day, so
yeah, I've had my last stint for the day, and you know, as we spoke earlier, we've broken up the stream in so that it suits the load shedding, so to speak.
Yeah, I see we're still showing part 2, but we're actually on part 4.
I know.
But it's fine. We'll fix it afterwards.
I know. No, we did notice that.
Yeah, no, that's all good. We'll fix it afterwards. Can you perhaps share your
sorry.
your
Yeah.
stream?
You know what? I've been alone so long in the commentary box that I've kind of forgotten about it.
No, it's cool. I thought I'll join you quickly because No, it's been a long stint. You've been doing a longer stint than any of the drivers so far.
Yeah, we're gonna see if
So,
we're gonna
well
take
done.
it through to 12 o'clock. It should have given me about, I'd say, 10.5 hours of commentary.
Okay.
Looking at the stream, Jan Kleinan says lekker Bertus. So
Lekker julle allemaal. Lekker. Yeah.
At least somebody's glad to see you.
Yeah.
So,
glad to be here.
I need to ask, how has your race been going?
I think we've done brilliantly so far. I haven't been in the car yet, and I was supposed to be in the car now, but with the load shedding and everything, I'm on my laptop at the moment, so I'm just to save my batteries for a bit. But yeah, we've got Ruan van der Westhuizen in the car now, P6. We were running P2 at a time. We had a clean start to the race, a clean stint so far. We've had one drive-through, but yeah, I mean I think that's sort of acceptable. Everyone should have at least one drive-through throughout the race. So yeah, but the guys have been they've been doing well, racing their hearts out, but keeping it clean, keeping it on the track, and staying out of trouble. So yeah, I don't think we can ask for anything more at this stage. So yeah, when I get into the car, I just hope I can keep position for as long as possible. Although there are a couple of quick guys coming through the grid and through the ranks from behind us. So
I think
so yeah, we'll see where we end up.
One of the teams you need to be worried about is the team of Bernard Barkhuizen and company. You know.
Yes, that's our sister team.
Yeah, they were running third. They had problems. They were last. They're up to 8th again. So I think they might be somebody to keep an eye on.
No, for sure. No, they are definitely. They had such bad luck because while Lazar was in the car, the stages switched from, I think, stage 2 to stage 5, and then it was his. Well, he was on the schedule to be switched off. So while he was in the car, no way that he could have known that he would be on a load shedding stint. So yeah, they got disconnected and they had to reconnect, and driver number 1 was out on his way to the shop. So it wasn't ideal, but yeah, brilliant comeback drive so far. I don't think we'll hold them up for too much. We'll play the team game. They are much quicker, so there won't be any point for us to keep them behind. I don't think it will last long anyway. And they are in the championship fight, so yeah, they are leading the championship by 5 points. So they are racing against P3 at the moment. Volskink and Bago, Rowe and Jason McGregor. So yeah, so they are chasing P3. So we'll see, but it's still a long race. 14 hours, 20 minutes, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been chatting to a couple of the guys on the stream. A couple of guys have joined us in the commentary box, and you know, all of us are speculating. You know, this team will Daniel Rowe drive after he's racing today, and I say only maybe tomorrow. He's gonna have a rest and have a crack at it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he must be home by now. So yeah, I mean, he's an athlete. He's a professional driver. So I think who knows? Maybe we'll see him in the next couple of hours. But I'm sure he'll take the wheel at some point. So yeah, we'll see.
Now, you were saying you're not gonna keep your sister car back, and it's actually something we've seen quite a lot of in this race, where I call it strategic passes, where the guys don't fight each other too much. They realize that the car behind is quicker than them, and it's only going to be bad for their own pace if they try and fight the car. So we almost see a lapping kind of scenario. The guys are looking at the longer game. They know at this stage, they know who they're racing in the race, and if it's not one of the cars you are racing, then they tend to let them pass them and let to carry them on their way and carry on with their race.
Yeah. Well, I think that's endurance racing. You have to pick your battles, and the most important thing in endurance racing is keeping it on the track and keeping it out of the pits. And if you get into a battle, then it needs to be worth it. So if it's for position and it's someone of similar pace and a team that you're fighting for position towards the end of the race, then obviously go for it. Unless you're on a completely different strategy, you'll try and fight for position. But if the car behind is too quick and it's only a matter of time, then why fight it? You're only going to slow down yourself. You're going to have to change your lines to defend, and you're just going to frustrate the cars behind you, and you run the risk of a collision. So I think it's just smart driving sometimes. It's not racing in terms of going hammers and tongs, but this is endurance racing. This is about surviving and keeping it clean and as you say, looking at the long game.
This little battle we're watching between Sean and Werner Skuman, Hybrid Academy against LTR. This has been going on for a fair amount of laps, but Sean doesn't look like he's putting in that much effort to get past Werner. It almost looks like he's just happy, picking up that slipstream from that Mercedes and pulling him along. So we'll have to see if Sean's going to try and get past the Mercedes anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure, if Sean is being held up or if he's just happy to maybe save a bit of fuel, just tuck in and try and maybe go for the overcut once. I don't know what the strategies are like, but yeah, I mean, if you can save a bit of fuel, save a bit of tires behind the car, and then maybe go for the overcut or something like that. But usually drivers are not very keen on tucking in behind. But if you're on similar pace and maybe it's just a bit of a strategy play. Save a bit of fuel, go for 2 or 3 laps longer, and then see if you can do an overcut or something.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it earlier.
Ansi says they're on a slow lap, slow map, so that's interesting.
So they might not necessarily go flat out at this stage. So it's nice, at the beginning of the race, I tried getting information from the teams and nobody wanted to share, but now with we are 10 hours into this race almost, and now they're starting to share. So Hybrid Academy on a fuel saving run here, so they're also trying to stretch their legs, and that actually says a lot. So they're still keeping in front of LTR at this stage, even if they're on a fuel saving map.
Well, it's getting closer. They must be. Oh, there we go.
Sean's going to look on the inside. No, tried to go around the outside, but didn't make it stick on the inside. So maybe somebody saw that comment of Hansi and has told Sean, listen, go for it.
Well, they're on a slower map.
Yeah.
No, that's also, I mean, that's something we spoke about in our team, and something we considered is trying to stretch your stints as far as you can. So if you go on a slower map and you save some fuel, you can maybe extend your stint by 10 or 15 minutes, and you know, 10-15 minutes per stint over 24 hours, that can easily save you maybe 2 or 3 pit stops. So that's another strategy to try and follow.
And there's just always that trade-off of how much lap time you lose versus time in the pits. So you know, it doesn't. It's a scenario of it doesn't help you going on a slower map to save a pit stop, but you lose 80 seconds by doing so, where you only would have lost 75 seconds by doing that pit stop.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the teams have done the long runs and maybe did some calculations.
No, they will
so
not.
Who knows? So, but I mean, I think that it is an option at Spa with the pit lane, which is
the N1
infinite.
to Cape Town. That's like driving from my house to your house on the N1. That's through the Karibu, all those kind of things. Robert Wentworth says hi, Bertus.
Hey, Robert. Thanks for the support. Thanks to all the viewers. I see we've had good interaction so far. So thanks to everyone joining in.
Now it does look like Sean did get past Werner, and I think we might have missed that because he's all of a sudden 6 seconds in front of Venus Kuman. And while we were watching this, a little bit of contact. This little battle between Jan-Ray Botha and Dewald now. Jan-Ray just letting Dewald know, you know, hey, just keep it clean. We're in this for the long run. So maybe Hansi says with a bump, yes. So
okay.
Slight bit of contact that resulted Venus Kuman to drop back a little bit. Hansi, hopefully you guys don't have damage on the car. Can't really see anything at this stage on that Hybrid Academy pink Mercedes. So hopefully they can carry on their merry way. So, Bertus, I need to ask, what does your sleep schedule look like?
Oh, I don't have one at the moment. I considered going to sleep now, and then waking up a bit later. But at the moment, I'm just not sure. I think I'm gonna have to go through and just stay awake until I'm done with my stints. I'm probably gonna do 3 stints in the early hours of the morning. So maybe do 1 stint and then Ruan van der Westhuizen do another stint, and then I'll finish off with a double stint at some point. But yeah, if I go to sleep now, I'm afraid I might not wake up in time.
It's very interesting to see how the different teams approach these endurance races, because some guys say no, they're going to have a good sleep. Other guys like you say no, they're not going to sleep. I'm also one of those that, you know, I feel that if I go to sleep and I need to race in the early hours of the morning, the sleep might actually do me more harm than good. Better just to try and stay awake throughout it all. I know there's a lot of people out there that's not going to agree with me, but that's how I tend to do it. But yeah, you know us, we tend to do stupid things.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl anyway, so I'm not sure. I mean, the last couple of months I've been more of an early riser, but I still go to sleep late. So for me, I'm just scared I can't wake up, or someone phones me and I don't hear it, or you know, anything can happen. So yeah, I'm not sure if, I mean, even if I ask the team to phone me to wake me up, who knows if the because we're on a 4.5 hour load shedding stint here, so who knows if the towers are gonna be working. So it's just too risky for me. I think I'm just gonna pull through. Maybe I'll go get some kind of energy drink or something to keep me awake. I'll definitely have some coffee, and then we'll take it from there.
now that you mention it, I just want to have a quick look at Doe and the guys. Tell you a little story. I was busy this week with the project, and I was supposed to do a race, as you know, with Doe and Jeff and Paul on Tuesday evening. And I said to my wife, I think it was about 6 o'clock. I said to her after dinner, I'm just gonna, catch a little nap, and I'll get up in time. I've set myself an alarm. I'll get up in time for the race. Never happened. I missed the whole race.
Yeah, it hasn't happened with me in terms of racing yet, but yeah, I have slept through multiple alarms before, so I'm one of those guys. I don't sleep a lot, but when I sleep like a rock. It's it takes quite a bit to wake me up, so I'll rather keep on the safe side. And you, Janeman, are you gonna go do a solo for the whole 24 hour, or are you gonna sign off at 12?
I'm hoping to push it through to 12. I'll see if Stephen joins us a little bit later. If Stephen joins, I don't know if we're going to go off at 12. We might just go right through, because you know how we go. He's said to me that they are done for the day, so all the Kalani guys are heading home. Some of them are already home.
Okay.
But let's see if Stephen rocks. When Stephen rocks up, then we might phone you again at 4 o'clock in the morning, complaining about floppy windscreen wipers on the cars that are distracting us.
Okay. Yeah. So is Stephen driving all the way from Killarney up to Gauteng?
No, the production offices are actually in Linwood in Pretoria.
No, I'm just joking.
He's taking a quick flight. No, but he still has to. He used to basically still have to drive all the way back from Linwood to Randburg. So that's, I think, about a 70-kilometer trip he needs to do.
Okay.
But, you know us, you might tune in at 4 o'clock in the morning and hear us playing music and, chatting along. You never know.
Well, this is Robert, no, there won't be any rain. Let's just ask, or let me just go through the chat quickly. I see Conrad. Hi, Conrad, one of our other teammates. What time are you racing, Beatrice? Conrad, I'm hoping to get in the car anytime between 1 and 2 a.m. Then we have Diana saying, I missed the pit and went without fuel, returned to garage. Oof, that's a big one. P2 loss, yes, I can imagine. Gideon Renner asks Hansie, hoe loop julle Hansie? Hansie says 11th. Smith Engelbrecht. Smith, I've seen him on the chat quite a bit.
Smith's been keeping us company.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Smith. And then Robert Wentworth. No, there won't be any rain. I can guarantee that this time. We've had quite a few questions about it. Variable weather, all those things, but I think we've had enough variable weather during the endurance series so far.
I've got a question.
Yeah, sure.
It's 10 p.m. sim time and it's still not dark. When is it going to get dark?
That I can't help you with. I'm not sure.
we were speculating on the stream about it earlier, me and the guys on YouTube, and I chatted with Essie about it. And they said, no, at 6 o'clock it's going to start getting dark. It's 10 p.m. and if we quickly hop into the car with Werner Skuman to give you his view, it's not exactly dark yet. There's still a lot of lights around. Jordan Sherritt out in front.
You can see it's getting dark, but I don't know. It's it's a strange one. You can still see it still looks like it's just after sunset. So I don't know. I haven't been in Belgium this time of the year to know if it's supposed to be dark or not.
Maybe it's, they've got those 24-hour days where it only becomes dusk, not really dark, and then it becomes dawn again.
Yeah.
Well,
I know it gets light very, so we've had early morning races there from 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. In previous seasons in the league races, and I remember, I think the one time I had to start the race at 3 or 4 a.m. just to have that transition period from dark to light. And yeah, I mean at 4 a.m. So if this is dark, and then it's not going to be too long before it gets before the light comes back on. So yeah, that's going to be a strange one, a 24-hour race without any night racing.
Yeah, it's almost like one of those 6-hour races where they do a ×4 time progression. So you go through that 24-hour cycle. It's just a quick dark stint, and then it's light again.
Yeah, that is something that I've been thinking about for next year when we do, and that's maybe something maybe the chat can give us their feedback, and if anyone has any suggestions or any comments on it, they can post it in Discord somewhere or send me DMs. But one thing I was thinking about, because with the ESCOM situation at the moment, I don't see it getting better anytime soon. So for next year, I'm considering going back to the 4-hour and 6-hour endurance races, which might also see a few more drivers. I mean, the 6-hour is a good endurance race. It doesn't feel very long anymore because we're so used to all these longer endurance races. But in terms of load shedding, all those things, it might just help us a bit. So, but if we have a 6-hour race, then to do 4 times multiplier and also go through the whole 24-hour cycle, even though we just do a 6-hour race. So
now a race like that, I think it can be extremely challenging to do because everything you see happens 4 times quicker. So that means track temps and all those kind of things. So
yes,
if you do an hour's drive, it's actually 4 hours. So temperatures are going to either skyrocket or plummet during your stint. So you'll have to try and figure out what PSI you're going to put in those tires to get the best out of them during your 1-hour stint.
Yeah, it's going to be a different kind of challenge. So yeah, I mean that it might not be as realistic as we've had so far, but yeah, again, it's just an idea or two. So give me feedback, let me know what you think. If you have any better suggestions, let me know. I do think we can try maybe for a 12-hour or 6-hour, 8-hour, 12 hours, but I do think these longer endurance races, although I mean, in saying that, we still have 21 cars on the grid, so and we had 21 starters. So how long is it now? 10 hours in, exactly 10 hours in, and we still have everyone on the grid, even with stage 5 load shedding. So firstly, well done to everyone who's sticking it through and keeping connected and everything. And managing their schedules, because I mean, even in our team we had to manage and make sure we are all with the stage 5, everyone's schedule looks a bit different, so now you have to jump around and sort of slip stints and so on, but yeah, I mean, I still think it's quite a challenge with ESCOM. So maybe the shorter endurance races will be better for everyone, and also, I mean, it's a big commitment. So yeah, so a 4-hour or a 6-hour race is much easier for everyone to attend.
So I assume you're not, really thinking about a race like they have, like the 24 beers of Daytona.
The 24.
It's a legit 24-hour race where each driver needs to drink 24 beers. So that's a beer an hour.
Oof. Okay.
And it takes place on Daytona. Daytona.
Yeah.
And
yes.
it gets interesting.
Is that on iRacing?
Yeah, it's on iRacing, yeah.
I assume that's obviously it's a private race, so it doesn't affect your
safety rating or iRating. No, it doesn't.
Okay, that's
it takes drinking and driving to a whole new level.
I think I will be able to last the first 5 or 6 hours. My general rule of thumb when it comes to drinking, and I'm not condoning drinking and driving at all. But I think I can do as I say in Afrikaans, a bier 'n uur. But I think after 4, 5 or 6, that will it will start to have an effect.
It's just an interesting fun race they tend to do I think they do it about once a year. But having a look at the fields, we do have some.
I'll join it just for fun.
Yeah, we do have some close battles. Dierwold Nel is very close behind Werner Schoeman, so I don't know if they are still on that slower map. And then we've got Peter Solomon, also very close behind Tinus Buerta. So, we do get those close battles every now and again on track. So it gives us a little bit something to talk about.
Yeah. Well, who is that? It seems like is that Dierwold Nel?
Currently,
well,
currently we're focusing on Peter Solomon, and then looking forward. Let's quickly have a look at Dierwold Nel. He's gone in and stopped by the side of the track. So he had to tow back to pits.
Oof.
Was that maybe a fuel calculation or? Hello, it all of a sudden got a little bit more darker.
Yeah, now it's getting dark.
I love this racing on this Aston Martin. Osama Ben lagging with the learner driver.
Band lagging.
Yeah, band lagging with the learner driver, and as you know, we spoke about it earlier. We also had a official ACC crash test Aston Martin with the learner driver sticker on the back.
Oh yes, I saw.
But
interesting, creative liveries.
Yeah, anything to stand out a little bit. But it's just one thing I want to chat about. I know we're currently looking at his rear wing, but this team here of Jordan Sherritt, Luke Addison, and Cody Sherritt. I mean, they've been on a roll during this race. I mean, we've got 14 hours to go. They are at this stage 4 laps ahead of second place, the guys from Eleanor.
Yeah, I think we just need to add. I don't even know if ballast is going to help. I think a couple of stop-go 30s might help a bit.
Just throw them in there.
Yeah. I remember they at the start of the race, I think in the first or second pit stop, they had a stop-go 30, which put them down to 6th or 7th place. But within a stint or two, they were back up to P1. So there's just no stopping. But I mean, it sort of I would say, in terms of the the races we've had in the endurance series so far. Mostly we've had I think in all the races so far we've had close races towards the end of the race. I remember in the Bathurst 12 hour we had we had a pass for the lead with about 3 or 4 laps to go, and in the other races it's been close. In this race, obviously, it's not close at all, but who knows? There's still just under 14 hours left, so they can also have a disconnect or a power outage, or anything can happen that can affect them. But then again, if they if they blitz the field like they are busy doing, and they beat everyone by 10 laps at the end of the race, I would say it's nice to have some of SA's best drivers in the race, and to see what they can do, and for them to put on display that kind of performance. So if they do run into problems, which we don't wish on them, but if it becomes a close race for whatever reason, it will be great. But if not, then let's just appreciate the skills of these guys. I mean, they are fighting towards the front of the field in other leagues as well, in international competitions and everywhere. So it's nice to have them in the race, and I mean, this is even though we only have 21 cars in the grid, we still have some of the best drivers in SA on the track here. So I'm just amazed at the level of skill and talent we have in these 20 odd cars. So let's appreciate the skill we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And Smith just hopping in, he's asked, by the way, is mechanical breakdowns possible in this race? Smith, no, not on the car itself, although the cars can sustain damage both on body, suspension, aero, those kind of things. What we consider here as mechanical breakdowns are more, let's call it hardware, software related. Your hardware giving you issues, and also software can give issues, and also stuff like disconnects and those kind of things. So that's what we consider as mechanical in these type of racing. But I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the cars are well, it's not, these cars are not 100% equal. There's BOP and all those things, but mostly, if there were random mechanical failures on cars, like that would just I don't think that would be nice for anyone to, because then it's like rolling a dice. But your mechanical failure, I mean, it's like I had in the Thursday night race. I I started the race and everything felt fine for the first lap, and then I mean, guys were just passing me left, right and center, and they were gapping me, and I checked, my fuel is correct, my tire pressure is 100%, everything looks fine. I just couldn't understand. I just had no pace. I was 2 seconds off the pace, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong, and then 2 or 3 laps later, I realized that my throttle input didn't go to 100%. So that last 10%, I didn't have throttle. So it's like, and that last 10%, it makes a huge difference, down the straights and so on. So that, for me, that was a mechanical failure kind of thing. I had to go into the pits. It took me 3 minutes to try and figure out how to fix it. I went out, still not fixed. I went back into the pits for another minute and a half, and then eventually I got it right. So that's 4.5 minutes that I lost in the race. Cost me, I think, 2 or 3 laps, and in the end, I mean, I just tried to finish the race, but that to me is like a mechanical failure. It was my pedals, my hardware. I don't know how it happened, but for some reason it just didn't register the full throttle. So that's a mechanical failure.
Now,
for me. But yeah.
Just out of interest, do you ever see ACC adopting similar damage models like other sims where you can actually hurt the engine if you hit that ref limiter too many times? Or, you know, we've seen sims that you know you can break a suspension because you hit curbs too hard too many times. You can actually rupture a fuel tank. And what we see also is if you sit too closely behind the car in front of you, your engine temperature can actually go up. Do you ever see ACC adopting something like that or not?
I know you can over rev your engine, but it and then you lose a bit of power. But that takes a lot of over revving. So I don't know. I think every sim has got its own strengths and weaknesses, and certain things that they do. And I think I mean, you can, if you compare the damage between your ACC and iRacing, for instance. I did a 24-hour race on iRacing with a couple of the gentlemen in this race, some of our opponents, and it was also a Spa 24-hour. And I remember we had some difficulty at the start of the race, but then we came back. We were running P6 or P7, and then we had an issue where a car lost it in front of us at Blanchimont, and it was 22 minutes damage. So for 22 minutes you sit in the pit, you lose laps. I mean, that's about 10 laps, I guess, almost 10 laps that you lose. And that's, I mean, it's not the end of your race, but you're pretty much out of contention.
I see,
and there's no way back from there.
And also, you understand, I'm by no means trying to compare sims to each other, because for me you can't compare sim to each other, because for me something like ACC is totally something different to iRacing. iRacing is something totally else. So people always comparing sim to each other, I try and stay away from those kind of conversations, because according to me you can't compare them. But you know, you mentioned sitting 22 minutes in the pits, and on a sim like iRacing, you're very much at the mercy of the promoter, like you organizing the race, how many quick repairs he's going to give you. If he only gives you one in a 24-hour race, you know, that's then so be it. But yeah, every sim is different. That's the only thing that I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I don't think I'm. Yeah, I mean, from my side, you know, I appreciate iRacing for what it is, and I appreciate ACC for what it is. And I don't think it's a case of trying to compare the two. I think it's just a case of say, or it's not in a sense of saying the one is better than the other. I just think it's different. So ACC, you know, you don't get that kind of damage. The worst you'll get is losing your lap and then staying in the pits for 2.5 minutes if you return to pits. That will put you down 1 or 2 laps depending on what kind of track you're on and so on. But that's sort of the maximum penalty for you know, putting it in the wall, which in iRacing would be 20, 30 however long in the pit. So I think it's just a case of what do you prefer. You know, it's not the one is better than the other, but some drivers like the fact that, you know, it's more like iRacing is maybe a bit more realistic in that sense, because if you put it in the wall in a real race, then you're not going to be you're not going to be on track again in 2 minutes. you're going to stay there however long. So I think it's just a case of preference.
If you really need to compare the two to each other, ACC has gone, as we all know, following the Intercontinental GT Challenge. So they've got the up-to-date GT3 cars, you know, tracks that they are racing with. iRacing, for me personally, and you're more than allowed to disagree with me, they've more followed the Le Mans not so much with the LMP1s, but with the LMP2 racing, and then they were very big on the GTEs. Now, for the guys that don't know, a GTE car, it looks very much like a GT3 car, almost exactly the same, but it's not. They don't have ABS, so they can lock up brakes, and they are a couple of seconds a lap quicker. And iRacing is only now moving over to GT3s because Lamar is dropping GTEs from 2024 onwards. So that's what I'm saying, two totally different models of sim racing, if you want to so to call it.
Yeah, look, I like iRacing because I can race in an MX-5 on Okayama. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of tracks on there where, you know, which is not available in ACC, and because of licensing and all those things, we'll probably never see it, or it will take some time before we see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Arcanheim, and everyone will talk about Nordschleife, and all the other classic tracks around the world, which we just don't see on ACC. I think that's one of the things that, if I had one wish, you know, they can just make some of the cars a bit more, like, maybe take some of the older cars and just give it a buff or something, you know, so you have a bigger choice of cars that can compete, because there are a lot of cars in the game, but I mean, the McLaren 650, no one will ever race with it, because why take the 650 if you can race with the 720? The same with the Aston Martin, the V12 and the V8. No one will ever take the V12 because it's just not competitive. Nothing stops them from. Yeah.
Also, the Bentley disappeared.
The Bentley, exactly. That's why I'm not racing in it anymore. It's standing in my garage. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's a cool car. It's already in the game. They don't need to create more cars. They just need to give us more tracks, because I think we've got enough choice in terms of the number of cars we can have. Just bring some of the older cars back into the game.
And maybe, you know, pull one of those sneaky moves and see if anybody, you know, picks it up, where they take one of the old cars and just give it a nice BOP, and see if anybody picks it up, you know, that old V12 Aston, you know, give it the best BOP out of there, and see if anybody decides to drive that car and see if and pick up that it's actually incredibly quick.
The Jag, give it a boost.
Yeah, give the Jag a bit of a boost, and also the BMW M6. I used to love the BMW M6 on ACC just purely because of the noise it made.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think, but yeah, I mean, the cars. I think there's a good selection of cars on the. I mean, obviously, if there's new cars joining the real, you know, World Endurance Series and Intercontinental Series and so on, then add those cars. But give us tracks. I mean, you know, I'm sure there must be something they can figure out, licensing and so on. We want Hockenheim. We want all those classic tracks. It will give us much more to work with in the game, because at the moment, you know, everyone knows all the tracks already. Like and we do 8 races per season in our RaceFace leagues, and no, I mean, you can probably make a case saying we don't have to do the same track in a sprint race on a Wednesday than what we race on a Thursday in the championship. But yeah, I mean, there's a specific reason why we do that, and that's to give everyone a chance to focus on one track for the week. They can race at Monday night racing, they can race on Wednesdays and Thursdays using one setup, you know, having everything focusing on one track, because it's quite a big commitment to focus on more than one track per week, especially at the level that these guys are racing at. But that gives us only 8 tracks to work with. And yes, we have the summer league and the winter league and those that we can play with. But every second season we have to recycle tracks. So if we race Spa at every second season.
Yeah.
We race all the classic tracks. We race every second season. So, and I guess in some way, I mean, people like racing at Spa. People like racing at Monza. So it's nice to have Monza every second race. I mean, if it was down to me, we would have had Zandvoort
every season.
Every season, twice a season. so yeah, but it would be nice to have more different tracks to work with and to have a bigger selection. And yeah, I mean, those new American tracks, Watkins Glen, Kota, Indy. I actually think Indy is a bit underrated. I think is a great track for racing. There's a lot of places where you can overtake and so on. Watkins Glen is always nice to drive. So those are 2 nice additions that we've had in the last couple of months. Kota, I'm still in between. Donington, no, Inco, I don't like Donington. I don't like I don't like those tracks.
The problem I have with tracks like Snetterton, tracks like Donington, it's tracks that I've raced a lot on, but not a lot on with GT3 cars. In a GT3 car, and it's too small. The GT3 cars are too quick. But now take it around with a Mazda or a touring car, and it becomes one awesome fun track to drive, purely because the car is slower.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I like brands in a slower car, in a smaller car. I like Donington. I like racing at Donington in a MX-5 or something like that. But yeah, in a GT3 car, Donington feels like it's just too narrow. It doesn't feel like a proper racetrack.
Maybe Donington is more reserved for the GT4s and the TCX cars. So is Snetterton.
Yeah, Snetterton is a weird track. I don't think I don't think there was any planning in Snetterton. I think what happened.
You know what? Snetterton was an airfield, so they just joined the runways.
Well, I think they joined it after the airfield was bombed to pieces. I mean, it's so bumpy. I don't know how any airplane could have landed on any of those strips because it's so bumpy. So
we'll just patch it and call it a racetrack.
Yeah, I personally think what happened is they had a few runways and it was bombed to pieces, and then they constructed a road somewhere, and they had extra tar and extra what do they call it? All the ingredients to build a road, and then they didn't know what to do with it, so they went and dumped it at Snetterton, and now they call it a racetrack. I'm not a fan.
Just a couple of comments from the YouTube. Robert says the sim on ACC is a lot better, and tire degradation, etc., is much better. And then Smith said he had a look at iRacing, but the pay structure set him off a bit. Yes, that is one of the things of iRacing. You pay to drive, and that will put certain people off. So it's I always say pick your poison and run with it. So and I say again, I've got nothing against ACC, and I'm not even going to try and compare ACC to iRacing because they're 2 different things. I love ACC for what it is, and I'm going to say again, yes, that pay structure, Smith, will put a lot of guys off iRacing.
Yeah, I think I agree with the pay thing. I mean, especially if you do one of those paid for series where you have to pay for every single track. So that is quite. I mean, that can get very expensive. I mean, it's $15 a track or something. You need a car. You need 8 tracks per season, and those tracks change every time. So so you might go through. There might be 1 or 2 that you already have, and then next season you have to buy another 6 or 7 tracks. So it gets very costly. But I've got an iRacing subscription that I haven't used since since forever, but it's still running because sometimes I just like to jump in an MX-5. The MX-5 is free. It's a great little car, and it teaches you it's got all the everything you need to learn in terms of racing, weight transfer, going wheel to wheel, all those things. Racecraft, it's great for learning racecraft especially if you're just starting out. And it's one of those cars. It's easy-ish to drive, but you still need to know what you're doing to go fast in it. So
it's a lot of momentum there.
Yeah, and managing, trail braking, all those things. You can do all of it with an MX-5. So for that, I love iRacing, and there's quite a number of free tracks tracks which you can race at, which is part of the standard package, the standard subscription, and I like those, but yeah, I think iRacing is one of those things where, unless you don't have a limitation on your budget, it's one of those things where you get used to, you get into the free tracks or the standard tracks. Someone is phoning.
I'll be with you now. I've got a strange Koenig phoning me.
Oh, is it Koenig?
Yeah, I'll join you now again.
Okay. I'll continue with my best track on ACC. Well, if you ask me, it's Zandvoort, but I think Watkins is also a great track, and obviously Spa and Monza always favorites. I think just to finish off my point about iRacing and the paid content, I think it's one of those things where if you really like iRacing and you have a subscription, the subscription isn't too much. I think it's about 150 Rand per month, which is not the end of the world, and the server's always running and so on. But I would say get into iRacing, use the MX-5, use the free cars that you have, and then slowly but surely, every month get 1 or 2 additional tracks that you like. You have to pay for Spa, you have to pay for Hockenheim, you have to pay for a couple of those tracks, but Laguna Seca, Okayama, Lime Rock Park, all those tracks are free. So yeah, if you, I'm an ACC guy, but I appreciate iRacing, and the nice thing about iRacing is there's quite a bit, you can race in anything you like, from touring cars, Porsche Cup, Ferrari Challenge, Formula 1 cars, anything you like. Skip Barber, which is a single-seater open wheel car, quite a fun but challenging little car. And in a series, you actually have I think part of the Skip Barber series one of the races is on the Noorschleife. So yeah, that's a fun track to drive in an open wheeler single seater. Yeah, quite a challenge. Yeah, Mr. B, Mr. Barkhuizen, saying best track on ACC and Go, and Robert said Spa. Everyone else, jump in, give us your favorite track. Let's see which is the best track. Yeah, let's see in the next couple of minutes which track gets the most votes. So yeah, let's go. Yeah, I think Spa. I mean, Spa is one of those tracks where it's got all the different elements. There's a couple of tight corners. There's you've got Eau Rouge, which is a challenge, but it's also one of the. I mean, it's one of the most satisfying corners when you nail it. When you get it right and you exit at the maximum. It's one of those. It's one of those corners which just gives you a little bit of a thrill when you get it right. And then. So and they used to, well, they still do. They call it the driver's track. So there's a lot of skill involved in being quick on Spa.
Now, so the only
says, I think I will check it out in the future. Dad needs to save for a better sim gear at the moment. Best for sure.
Now, you guys are talking about best tracks on ACC. I'll have to think about that one. On ACC, sure. I think I'll have to go for Bathurst. It's
okay.
Just up and down the mountain.
That's also a classic. Yeah, that's also a classic. And it also has, I mean, you've got tight corners, you've got it's very nice and flowing, and you need a good rhythm to be quick on it. And you've got a couple of tight sections where it's I mean, if you go down Skyline, that's always one of those places where you're not sure if you're going to make it through or not. I mean, the car gets light as you go over the hill. It's a tricky little section, and then you have the straights. I mean, a good track for me has a balance of long straights and medium speed corners, slower corners. Everything in the mix except for Zandvoort, which I think Zandvoort and Barcelona, those are two tracks I think which I think it's challenging. There's not a lot of overtaking spots there, but you have to be on it all the time. It doesn't give you any time to rest. Like on Spa, there's a couple of straights where you can sort of take a bit of a breather, and the same with Bathurst. Once you're down the mountain, once you're on the Condor Straight, you can almost take a bit of a nap, and then before you get to the chase. But on Zandvoort and on Barcelona, you have to be on it all the time. You can't. There's no place where you can take a bit of a rest. You have to concentrate and focus, and the steering, you are on the steering all the time. So that's what I like about those tracks.
I wanna ask you something now. As you all know, from 2024, the GT3s are going to start becoming part of Le Mans from a costing perspective, purely because you can buy, I think, 3 GT3 cars for the price of 1 GTE car. Do you think that will influence something like ACC to bring some of those more iconic tracks to ACC, like Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe, to be made available to race?
Well, I think it would be great. It will be awesome if we can, if that can happen.
I'll be
for it.
for those who have ever driven a GT3 car down the Mulsanne Straight, you can have lunch. It's like cruising on the N1 and then just, okay, quickly doing a chicane and then we're back on the N1 again. But awesome track. I mean, I think the GT3 lap times are in the region of 5 minutes, round about there. So it's extremely long track, but incredibly fun, and you know, it's a very strategic track to race because of those long straights.
And it's one of the classics.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Now, if we could race on all the different tracks in the world, that would be amazing.
And still, according to me, the most fun you could ever have in a GT3 car is around Knock Hill. I don't know if you know the track.
I know a bit of Knock Hill. Is that the one? It's very simple layout.
It's a very short, very simple layout track. It's got great undulations, and your car is airborne for half the track.
That's I know Knock Hill from my last couple of races there, in the Ferrari on iRacing. Yes, it's got a lot of undulations. It's a very simple layout, but it's like, you know, left, right, up and down.
You come over the hill, and the track goes that way, and you still pointing straight.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of sort of blind corners where you're not exactly sure where to turn in and where the exit is, but I don't know if I like that track too much. I'll need to get used to it more. It's like one of those things where, you know, you don't like the track until you get used to it, and then you love it. But I'm not used to it yet, so I need a bit more seat time in it before I can join you in liking that track.
So Robert Wentworth asked if it's like Zwartkops. Robert, no, I know Zwartkops. It's a lot simpler than Zwartkops, but it's got if I'm talking about undulations, you can't see the next corner. There's a section where you go right, left, and as soon as you go left, you can't see the rest of the track. You need to go right, and you need to take as much of that curve as possible. Otherwise, you're not going to make that right-hander. You're going to go wide onto the gravel. So, I would say there's a lot more undulations than what Zwartkops has got. But looking at the race, Bertus, it's dark. Finally.
Yeah, finally. We'll see when the sun comes up again.
It might be just after 12, just after the end of the race.
Yeah, it's quarter to 11 in the game, which and it's pitch dark now, so that's good. But we'll see. We'll see.
So it's nice to get the guys chatting about the different sim, and I'm saying again, we're not comparing them to each other, because according to me you can't compare them, but it's different to get it's nice to get the guy's opinion. Mr. B said, I would love to have Sepang to be added one day.
Oh yes. I love Sepang myself. Sepang is on Race Room. Now, Janneman, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Race Room.
No, I'm not.
But Race Room is a brilliant sim, and I also think it's very underrated. And someone getting a touch there. Who is that?
I'm just quickly cycling through that, but as the darkness creeps in, it becomes a little bit more difficult to see, you know, exactly what's going on. You start commentating on headlights and taillights.
Yeah, there you go. No, so Race Room has a couple of free tracks, and two of those tracks, the one is Sepang, which is a brilliant racetrack for any kind of car. It's wide enough for GT3s as well, and it's got a couple of long straights, and it's got a couple of long sweeps and bends, where it's quite fun to drive, especially actually on Race Room. There's a 92 DTM cars, and through those long sweeps you are actually more sideways than anything else. So that is some of the most fun I've had in a sim. is driving the 92 DTM cars, the old I think it's 330 or M3, and the 190E Mercedes and those kind of cars. But the other track that I love in Race Room is Portimao, the Portuguese track, which is also was on the calendar for in the Formula One calendar the previous 2 years. They stepped in when when we had the condensed calendar in 2020 because of COVID. So Portimao is also one of the most brilliant tracks, I think, because it also has all the different. It's got a lot of undulations, but not so many blind corners, so you can actually race on it and not kill yourself. And there's a long straight. There's a couple of tight corners and a couple of quick ones. So yeah, very nice track.
One of the great things I love about ACC, when the nighttime comes, the darkness is upon us, you can see those sparks starting to fly and those exhausts of the car start glowing red. Now that's a nice touch.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's nice to see the cars are working.
But
I'm just having a look at my team. It seems like they're back in P6. That's Martin Reitenbach.
Let me just quickly get rid of
behind the wheel.
There we go. Now we can have a bit of a longer look at them. So, if you get behind the wheel, are you going to keep it in 6th place? Silence.
No pressure. No pressure. Look, I know that I'm not going to be able to keep it in front of Tariq Adam and Bernard King and the likes of those guys. So I would try to keep it in front of P9 and P10 at the moment. Hansi Mayberg, one of my oldest rivals. I think we are sort of on similar pace in most cars on most tracks. So I should definitely be able to at least keep it in front of him if I have a gap, and not taking anything away from Hansi. Sometimes he'll beat me, sometimes I'll beat him. Mr. Musa, he's usually a bit quicker than me. I'm not sure which of his team is going to be in the car when I get in. So yeah, I think if I can, because I'm going to do 3 stints, so if I can keep it to P8, towards the end of my stints, then I'll be happy. So if I can not drop more than 2 positions, then personally I'll be happy. But obviously, if I can, if I can stay to P6, who knows? That would be like a win for me personally.
and try and bring it home in one piece.
Oh yes, yeah. I'll be doing all my stints at night unless it starts to get sunny again soon. But yeah, I'm actually looking forward to the night stints. I enjoy driving at night in ACC. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I just hope I can keep awake and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, a lot of the guys actually like driving at night. I also like doing it, but I do find it does put a bit more strain on the eyes, and it does, for me personally, it does tire me out a little more than driving through the day. I don't know if it's the limited vision that you have or so, because if we quickly have a look, let's go on board with Cody Sherritt. I mean, that's all that you can see.
Yeah.
So your vision is, or your view out of the car is not the best that it can be.
Yeah, I think what makes it tricky is if there's an incident in front of you and cars are sideways or parked across the track. That's the thing that I'm scared of, especially when you come through Oru's and there might be a car standing in the middle of the Camel Strait somewhere. It's already a challenge when it's bright and sunny to evade certain cars at certain positions because you're on the limit. The car is fully loaded, so to pull out of out of your racing line is a challenge, and so that's my kind of the thing I'm scared of, or coming around the bend at Blanchimont just before the bus stop. If there's a car, sideways there and you can't see it quick enough, then you're in trouble. So those are the challenges that I'm not too fond of. But for the rest, just racing, that's cool.
But you mentioned the likes of Tariq Adams and maybe not being able to keep in front of him. I don't think you're gonna have to worry about Tariq at this stage. Tariq is only 3.3 seconds behind Martin, so I think you guys are going to leave it to Martin to worry about Tariq and keeping him behind.
Yeah, no, Martin, he can manage himself. He's done brilliantly so far. He did our opening stint and he kept it clean. He made up a position or two, I think, and he's very quick. And then Jean Leroux, he did this, I think, the second stint, and then he did a double stint after that, and he is at the moment, he should be on a plane on his way to Washington in the US. So
sure, okay.
So yeah, commitment there to help us out for a couple of hours and then jumping on a plane. So yeah, safe travels to Jean. I hope we see him soon. He should be back, I think, in a week or so. But yeah, we'll let him know where we finished. And, hopefully he gets good news when he gets back when he lands and gets his notifications.
Yeah, hopping back to Tariq Adams. Tariq Adams now only 1.3 seconds behind Martin Rotenbach. So I hope the guys are sending the message to Martin telling him to hurry up, or are you going to let Tariq pass and not let him influence your race? Is he not one of the cars you're racing during the course of the night?
I don't think we are racing them. No, I think they. I mean it's Tariq, it's Ottens, it's Radloff. Yeah, I think Martin. I don't think Martin will put up too much of a fight. Let's see. I think he'll just let him go and get on with it.
No use in spoiling the lap times. Yeah. So Tariq having a little bit of a look, but deciding not to stick his nose in there. He's just going to follow Martin through, and let's see what he does with the double right-hander. Both of them running a bit wide there, flirting with those track limits. So looking on the inside, nope. So Tariq also, having the sense of he's also keeping the long game in mind, and that no use in trying to force the overtake.
Yeah, I think he'll probably try and stick to Martin and then hope for a slip down Blanchimont. Oh, there's a bit of a move.
A little bit of a side-by-side action there. And
there we go. Well, overtake done. And I think Martin didn't defend too much there. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's like we said earlier. We'll fight the guys we know we can fight, but I don't think it's too sensible to try and keep someone behind when you know they are probably on a different strategy. and probably in a different race.
Now with what we see a lot in these races, the real action is going to come with, I would say, normally about 2 hours to go. We're sitting with a situation that there's only really one pit stop left to make. So then you're really going to start seeing the battles develop and guys defending those positions, because then we're essentially in a Thursday night race. It's at the end of the race, one pit stop and before the end. So the guys then really start also studying each other, and we've found it on numerous times, and we know the guys are watching. They're watching those timetables and checking when their main rivals are pitting, and trying to figure out how long they will go before they're pitting again. So I think we're going to see some action in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think we will definitely in the last 2 hours, like we've seen in the previous endurance races, everyone keeps it clean or try to keep it clean and survive and put themselves in a position, where in the last 2 hours is where your whole strategy comes into play. That's where you can usually, if you've had a good race and your stints work out well, then you can start to think about, in the last 2 hours, are we going to do a splash and dash? Is the driver going to do a double stint? Are we going to go long? Are we going to pit a bit early and try and save fuel to the end? All those kind of things, track position versus outright pace. So the last 2 hours is usually when the race comes alive, for everyone who's still in the running. So I don't think we'll, if everything goes well for P1, then they won't be in a fight. But I think, there's, as I said, there's still a championship battle going on. My team is in P5 in the championship at the moment, and I think we'll at least try to stay there. So that's one consideration. But then our sister team and the team of Hybrid Academy, they are in the championship title fight. So there's a lot that can still happen, and things that can that can play out towards the end.
Yeah, and the one thing is, during the closing stages of the race, you're really starting to clock watch how much time is left in the race, and seeing, the last 2 hours is absolutely that horrible time for me, because if you got your strategy just a little bit wrong, there's always that time where you're going to have to pit just outside that pit window, and then you're going to have to do a splash and dash at the end of the race. That's always the worst part for me, and we always try to stay away from it as far as possible, during the race. And we actually start here from 4 hours onwards, 4 hours remaining. We start really working out how much fuel we need. Do we need to fuel save to not have to do that splash and dash at the end of the race?
Yeah. No, it's but that's your planning. I think that's where you need a bit of a strategist in the team. Jean Leroux, who is on the plane on his way across the Atlantic, he's usually the strategy guy. But I think between the rest of us, we'll try and see how it plays out and make the right calls. But strategy is a big thing in these races. As I said, some guys go for a slower map and try and stretch their stints to save a fuel stop or a stop or two. Others go flat out and use all their tires and all their fuel as quick as they can and try and go quali lap every lap.
When they ask, so how much fuel are you using per lap? All of it.
All of it.
Yeah, everything that is available.
Yeah.
It's there is a certain art in still maintaining a good lap time and saving fuel. I mean, as we see, the guys starting to do the lift and coast thing a little bit more, and some of these guys, if they have a clutch, also use a clutch to save a little bit of fuel.
Yeah. No, they yeah, I know I can manage my tires. Yeah, but the only reason I save a bit of fuel is because I'm just too slow. I'm not quick enough to use to use to use a lot of fuel. So my map 1 or my quickest engine map is already on fuel save when I take the wheel. So yeah.
But we've spoken about it. I think I've spoken about it with AC earlier. Each driver in a team has a certain role to fulfill, and it's not always about, say for instance your teammates are doing 2-minute 18s and you can't match their time. That means you've got a slightly different role to fulfill in that team, which might be a fuel saving role, or stretching the tires out a little bit more so that we don't have to change the tires out that often. So those type of things aren't necessarily bad in a race like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not to blow my own horn or anything, but in the one race we had, I was on the second last stint, and I stretched the stint just because I was slower and didn't use as much fuel. I could stretch the stint about 5 or 6 minutes longer than we planned to, and that allowed our last driver to only do one stint instead of having to do his stint and come in for a splash and dash. So yeah, I think in that sense I sort of felt like, even though I was slow, I saved as a pit stop. I'm not sure if I was, I mean, being as slow as that, the pit stop might have been, I might have lost a pit stop's time anyway, although I don't think I did. But if you can stretch it for a couple of minutes in that instance, it sort of felt like it helped. But yeah, I mean, quicker is better, let me tell you. so I'm not taking any credit for being slow. That's not.
No, I thought I'd let you feel better that you're on the fuel saving role, and
yeah.
I thought
I remember in the Bathurst race, I managed to keep one of the other teams behind us for 2 or 3 laps, and cause a lot of frustration on their side, and because I was so slow, but I just put the car in the right places so they couldn't overtake, and yeah, I mean, it didn't really do anything, but it felt great being able to keep a quicker car behind me. So yeah, it didn't help at all, but it sort of, for me, it was like, okay, I could battle them for a bit and keep them behind me and make them as slow as I was.
Now, I don't know if it's something that you find in ACC, but we have in our endurance races elsewhere on other sims, we have found it like these front running guys, the top guys, like, anybody here in the top 10. So when they come up behind you to lap you, they will intentionally sit behind you for a lap or so just to save fuel.
Yeah.
Just to stretch out that stint, and they're running in your slipstream, and it's almost like they drive right up to your rear bumper and then they lift, making use of your slipstream to just pull them along, and then after a lap or two they would carry on their merry way. So it's some interesting strategies there. I wonder if the guys in ACC ever does something like that, but no, they just go flat out.
I don't know. I mean, I think I guess it depends on the track, if it's possible or not. But I think in most cases you will probably grain your tires by following too closely. So yeah, I think well, from my experience, it's better to not be in a slipstream for too long. If you're in a slipstream, I mean, slipstream is great on the straight because it's a slipstream, but around the corners it becomes dirty air and your car starts to slide a bit because you're losing downforce. So I don't think it's the best thing in ACC to follow too closely. In a sprint race, it's then obviously you go flat out and you've got tires, you've got enough rubber to use. But even in one of our championship races, or like in those races, I can feel towards the end of the stint if I'm too close to someone, because sometimes, I mean, this is GT3 racing, sometimes it takes 20 minutes to sort of create an overtake. You can be stuck behind someone and trying to overtake, but if they put their car in the right places, then it becomes difficult. So it takes, even though you're quicker, sometimes it can be 10, 15, 20 minutes, even longer to sort of manufacture an overtake, see where they go slower, pressure them into a mistake. But even in those situations, I can definitely feel that I'm losing front end. The car starts to slide a bit, becomes a bit understeery sometimes. So yeah, following too closely in ACC, not the best thing.
Yeah, it was. We did speak about it earlier on the stream. I think it was Smith who asked the question that if you're running too close to the car in front, does it affect the car? And we spoke about the whole aero wash thing. Picking up that understeer and creating that wear on the front tires. So it's not the best of thing to do for too long. You're correct.
Yeah.
And if you can get yourself out of that situation as quickly as possible, then it's always the best thing to do. But as you said, sprint races where it's hard racing start to finish, after 45 minutes of racing, those tires are done on those cars. Where in a longer endurance race like this, if you look after your tires, especially in the cooler temperatures like they're driving now at night time, it is actually quite very possible to double stint the tires and drive 2 or so hours on a set of tires.
Yeah, 2 hours is going to be a bit of a challenge.
We're always mad enough to try it.
I think you can. I mean, I'm not sure. I can't say that I've done a 2-hour stint on the same tires. Yeah, I think just unless you do some kind of unless you have a very quick splash and dash, then yeah, but even doing a splash and dash, to fill up your tank, it's going to take 20-25 seconds probably. To do a driver swap is going to take 30 seconds. I just don't think in ACC, because you refuel at the same time when you change tires, and if you have to fill up to a full tank to do a proper double stint, you're probably you're not going to save much time by not taking tires. So I think in most cases guys will just take tires as far as they can.
I'm now going to be the one that's going to put Reginald in the spotlight. Reginald, welcome to the commentary box. Reginald doesn't want to speak to us.
Wait, there's something wrong. Wait, you can't hear me.
Hello? Can hear you.
Oh. How's it going, guys?
Fine, and you?
Oh, cool, man. Chelsea, we have had a rough start on this one. So we had to bug on the initial starts. Didn't even notice. I didn't even know this bug existed. So we selected our setup, and it doesn't change. Well, when you select a setup, it changes the name. So it doesn't do that, and we didn't notice that it didn't do the setup change, and we went out racing on a default setup.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then to make things worse, so we're like, okay, we're fine with that. To make things worse, we have an inverter here supposed to carry out everybody through the little changeovers when they switch over to generator and everything. But yeah, it went into an error state when we had load shedding. So that gave us a bit of an opportunity to try sort out the setup, and now we've got the setup going again, and she's purring fast.
Oh no. Gents, I'm gonna be going. I need to get back to my team, but now that Reggie is here, I'm sure he will keep you company, Janeman. But thanks for the chat. Thanks for awesome. For your long stint so far.
I'm going. So no, I'm going for a record stint, it seems.
Okay, great stuff. Reggie, welcome, and sorry I'm not going to stay too long, but good luck with the rest of your race, and I'll see you on the track in a bit.
No, it's all awesome to see you out there. I haven't seen you literally on the track, but yet.
No,
but,
I haven't been.
Just know that you're going to get a headache.
I haven't been, so yeah, I still need to get in.
Are you doing graveyard duty?
Yes, all of it.
Oh, don't worry.
He's been demoted to the dark side.
Yes, exactly.
I'm also going to do graveyard duty. We're just going to do a changeover for somebody who doesn't have load shedding. So hopefully we don't get load shedding on this side.
Okay, cool. We'll see you there. Cheers, gents,
Awesome.
and cheers
to
the stream. Thanks
enjoy.
for all the viewers and the support, and we'll chat later.
100. Yay, you guys are enjoying yourselves in there, man.
VTS says I'm going for a record 24-hour stint in the box. I don't know if I'm going to go 24 hours straight. We'll have to see VTS. But Reginald, tell us a bit about the challenges. You've already touched on it, but you know, we almost halfway through the race, and I said almost halfway, 13 hours to go. How are things looking out there for you guys?
So we're currently on a chase of not being in last place position.
Mm-hmm.
Shopping. And right now, I'm hoping that with the pace that we have, we'll catch up. Currently, I've been doing 2:19s.
Okay, let's just get this straight for all the viewers. We're currently watching you on the stream. You are actually driving and with me in the commentary box.
No.
Oh.
We're sharing a rig.
Oh, okay. Oh. So it seems like we've got another flip on sale issue here.
Yeah, that's my way of doing it, you know. But yeah, no, one of the big challenges actually, to be honest, it's you know, knowing me, you know, I come from a G29 lifestyle, and having to only have 1 day of practice time to actually get used to the direct drive, load cell pedals. It has been a huge journey. The fact that I can actually start posting the same times that I would on my G29, I'm actually happy because there's good progression and I'm getting faster and faster as time goes.
Now we've seen the guys, you know, and making all sorts of plans to get around load shedding and sharing rigs and, you know, trying to do all sorts of things. So you know, it's one of those things. Whatever you need to do to get to the end of this 24-hour.
Yeah, you know, I mean, end of the day, you know, it's all about fun, and you know, by doing all of these things, you actually learn a few lessons in life. You know, learn how to make plans. It's not really the end of the world if you can't race at home sometimes. I mean, look at me, for instance. I can't race at home. Load shedding would destroy me if I race at home.
Yeah.
If there was no load shedding, I bet you I would have been doing this all alone. But
So you're just going to go solo. You're going to one-up me and Steven and just do a 24 solo.
yeah, that is the idea. But unfortunately, our South African situation is not going to get any better to allow me to do such a thing. But
is that your excuse?
It's my biggest excuse. I mean, like, the relationship doesn't work. I mean, we on and we off, and we good days, and then we bad days, and then we terrible days. So yeah, it's another thing here. I don't know why this relationship is not working, but somehow.
I'm going to keep this in mind, because in the next commentary, we do for RaceFace, I'm just going to mention Reginald's excuse for not doing a 24 solo is load shedding.
Yeah. Yeah, it's load shedding, I mean, there were a lot of guys who were offering, like rigs and everything to do the 24-hour. But none of them said they're going to offer some sort of power, because that was before the power. I mean, that was like, 3 months ago when we were discussing the 24-hour? Yeah, so it's one of those things, unfortunately, it's a South African thing. You can't do anything about it. And also, for somebody to help you out with alternative power and internet, it's quite costly.
Yeah.
But, hey, here we are doing the 24-hour for the first time, actually.
It's we are as the streaming side of things, we are using the load shedding as excuses to do the changeovers in the streams, because as you know, we can't do a 24-hour stream on YouTube. So
because it won't even record.
It won't record it. So we're breaking up the streams for load shedding. So that's why we are sometimes doing a 3-hour stint, and then we'll do a 6-hour stint, and then a 3-hour stint again. That's all because of load shedding. We do the switchovers, and that's how we're going to split the streams up.
That's actually a really cool way of doing it. I mean, I didn't even notice. Actually, now you mention it, I'm like, okay, that's actually quite smart. I actually did not notice at all.
Oh, that's good.
So how's it been so far in the box? It's been a while, chilling in here. Has it been lonely, or you've had a lot of visitors?
Well, I've had a lot of visitors, and the guys on the YouTube chat has been keeping me busy. We've had a fair bit of conversation. All the guys that don't want to come to the commentary box, they chat away on YouTube, and we've had a couple of our usual suspects there keeping us company. So it's been quite interesting.
Yeah, look, I mean, it would be nice if the guys up in front would slow down a bit. We need to catch up to them. I've already, I think, I lapped 3 guys on the 3-hour stints that I did. So that's not bad. It's a bit of unlapped, not lapped. So yeah, things are getting better, but they must just slow down. It would be nice to actually, have a bit of a lekker dice with some of these guys.
Now, Reginald, if I'm not mistaken, you just mentioned you did a 3-hour stint. You are one of our crazy people like me and Steven also that are not afraid to do the 4, 5, 6-hour stints out there. And I remember, was it you speaking a while ago what goes into doing a 6-hour stint?
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, that was for the 8 hours. The 6-hour stint, almost, and okay, I can't say almost everyone, but half of our people that we know can do a 6-hour on their own. But the 8 hours is a totally different one. That extra 2 hours, it does make a huge difference. But I did mention, the preparation, like days before you get into it, how you prepare yourself to do the actual, long 8 hours. Yeah. And to be honest with you, it is super easy. There isn't a special diet needed. I mean, okay, not really. Okay, when I mean special diets, I mean like, you don't have to go to you just don't have to go to the doctor to actually prepare. You just have to avoid certain kinds of food before you get to that day of racing. Because the thing is, if you I mean, like a person like me, I love sweet stuff and everything. You know, that spikes up your energy. But before, like days before that time of the race, I had to pretty much be almost completely off anything that's got sugar, because you want your body to, you know, to run at a bit of a stable energy level without any big spikes.
Yeah.
And your body shouldn't expect any spikes anytime soon, because I mean, if you love sweets like I do, it knows that, you know, just do a small little craving just for a spike, and this guy's gonna definitely eat it.
Yeah.
You know,
just
so,
remind him.
yeah, and even, you know, before the race, I mean, you know, if you're gonna do 8 hours all on your own, you don't have time to really have a break. So what you do is you eat 2 hours before the race, and you make sure you release anything that's not supposed to be in your body, like number 1 or number 2. You make sure it's all emptied out. In most cases, you know, you don't really empty out before that time. But I mean, you know, if you get a bit of an incident where you have to be in the pits for more than 30 seconds, it's more than enough to actually go take a leak. I can do a leak within the 30 seconds, but most people think it's impossible. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, literally quick dash to the toilet, drop, take a bit of water, clean up, and then just wipe your hands on your clothing, and that's all good. I mean, you don't need the towel. You just wipe your hands as you go towards the rig, unless if you just want to take the towel with you to the rig. That's perfectly fine. You know, it's an option thing, or should I say preference thing. But you know, when you're racing, you want to keep yourself hydrated, because hydration is so important for your focus levels. If you start dehydrating, especially for those people who perspire quite a lot, you start dehydrating, it's gonna go all wrong. So, you know, you want to keep hydrated, but it doesn't mean like just drink a lot of water, just sips of water. So your body knows that, okay, I'm receiving water all the time, just sips and sips and sips, and you don't even have to finish the 2-liter bottle during that 8 hours. You know, I think I only got halfway with my bottle of water. So yeah, there's just other things obviously to it. Obviously preparing your setup, which is a lot of people should be able to ace it by now, and also deciding how you're gonna ace your race. You know, just it's more to do with your strat also, because if you get a real good strat, you can actually have like a slow pace and still manage to get yourself into a decent positioning with a good strat. When I mean slow, I'm not meaning like 5 seconds slower, but I mean like at least a second and a half or a second slower. Then that's okay. You can do a strat and it'll still work out well.
Yes.
I mean, there are people out there who would go to map 2 just so that they don't have to pit. You know, they just remove 2 pits from the whole entire enduro.
Yeah.
And obviously during this whole entire 24 hours, and we do know that there are a few of those people who are actually currently doing that. I mean, I've seen the pace of some of these drivers. It's questionable to say.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Hybrid Academy has admitted to us earlier that they are running a slower map on the car. So, you know, there are a couple of guys out there doing a bit of fuel saving, trying to stretch out those fuel tanks as far as they can go, as you say, to save that 1 or 2 pit stops, or in a case like this, even 3 pit stops during the course of the race.
Yeah, look, it's a good idea if you got a decent pace. So if you're going to do that, you should at least be, you know, as I've said, 1 or 1.5 seconds slower from, you know, the general pace on the field. Then it'll definitely work. But if it's a little bit, you know, lower than that, then it's gonna backfire. Yeah, it's not really worth it. You might as well just race on full tilt.
Yeah, it's always that trade-off of lap time versus time spent in the pits. How much are you losing out on track? You know, at a certain point, you might as well do the pit stop and carry on.
Yeah, so look, I mean, I'm wishing them the best of luck with their strat. I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't know what left hands they're doing. I've went past one of them, I think, at some points, but hey, whatever makes a Boeing 4747 just, go ahead and fly, they must let it rip, eh? They must let it rip. I don't want to say anything because I don't know. If if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I'm sure they got it all calculated, and they definitely know what to do. So yeah.
And at what time can we expect you back in the car?
I should be back in the car at 2 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
Oh, that's a true graveyard shift.
Yeah, it's the dark side, the true dark side. It's pitch black, I'm looking at some of these guys. They are really cranking in some real good times, and they always fresh. And I'm sure most of them are, not everybody's privileged to have an engineer. Some people have engineers. I know who do. But actually, I wanted to ask you something. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think it's still very early to say. I mean, we've basically got 12 hours and 41 minutes to go. And it's very difficult to predict. At this stage, the team of Luke Addison and the Sherrod brothers, they're looking very good. But me and Boozer spoke about it. It takes one thing to go wrong for it not to look so good.
Like Mr. Dive Bomb from 4-car lens. He would have. So Luke would have actually T-boned me. He took a real big gamble on that first stint because that was still on the. I think it was still on the first hour.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the first. Yeah. No, it was the second hour. That's when I was doing the second stint. He took a huge gamble of dive bombing from 4-car lengths away, and I was already committed to that corner. Just because I gotta, I'm a decent human. I didn't want to, close that up.
Yeah.
But that dive bomb, oh, he could have ruined that race if he had done that. And then end of the day, obviously.
So what I've quickly done for you is I've thrown out a personal best of all the drivers currently on track. So just for interest, that should show you a little bit of an indication to what lap times everybody is doing out there that's currently out on track. So for all the other teams watching, here's some inside info for you.
Some sauce info, hey?
Yeah. Just putting it out there if somebody wants to take a photo and use it as a bit of information to see. That is the personal best that the guys have done out there. So
all those sounds look really nice. The fastest is not listed from the fastest.
Say again?
Is time listed from slow to fastest?
No, that's not. It's position 1 through to 21, and that's the driver currently in the car. That's their personal best.
Alright. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Moore is really cranking some decent times, but look at Luke Adams rocking it out. 217, Jay.
If I am not mistaken, they've gone quite. I think the Sherrod brothers, Jordan has gone a bit quicker than that. He's posted.
Oh no, yes, he done a 16.65 something. That's the fastest lap time. Look, it is an insanely quick time. I wish I could do that. Then I would catch up ASAP. But yeah, look, it's really good pace. Hopefully, we would love to see these guys in an actual race car at some point.
Yeah, it's interesting to compare sim racing to real racing and see how they get on, because sim racing and IRL racing, it's two different types of things and two different types of feel to the car.
Yeah, besides the feel, you could have the best car even, and if your gut is not ready for it, um, it's it's not going to work out. If you don't have the guts to take the corner at 150 or 160 or 180 or whatsoever speed, it's just never going to be fast, even though you got the fastest car or anything like that. You could have the best team in there.
Yeah, we've had the likes of other drivers in the commentary box a little bit earlier that do racing in real life, and they explained it's not just about the fact that it feels different. It's also about the fact that you are actually going at these speeds, and you're not just sitting in a rig, standing still, looking at a screen. So it's a different mind game also. We made the comment of, if something goes wrong in a real race car, it can hurt yourself, it can hurt the car, and it can hurt the wallet. In a sim type of scenario, you just press toe back to pits, and your car is fixed.
Yeah, that's the thing is, most of these drivers, they drive so aggressive. I mean, I could say they drive in an unreal way, where they know that there aren't any consequences really to what they do. I mean, getting a little small bumper scratch is nothing to them.
So
they'd rather be looking at those lap times instead of being a little bit more cautious on trying to bring that realism factor. I mean, it is there. It is always going to be there, but I don't know. It just feels like they've gotten into a state of they don't really care. You spin the car out or whatever, it can recover.
So, Reginald, I'm quickly having a look here on the chat, and a couple of suggestions have come through for your next solo enduro endeavor. Stuff like using a bottle, get yourself an adult nappy, or even making use of a catheter to not having to go to the bathroom.
Nah, that 6 meter sprint to the toilet always works. it actually keeps me nice and fresh.
Hey, we've got Sean from LTR joining us in the chat. Good evening, Sean. How was your stint? And I see Flip van Zyl. I hope it's Flip van Zyl that's currently in the car. Currently 12th place. How are things working out for you? Original, it's at the end of the day, these type of things, it's whatever works for you and that you can make work. And we know everybody's different, and what works for the one person does not always work for the next person.
No, that is definitely true. We're all individuals. Everything is always going to be different. I mean, thinking about a catheter, I mean, catheter is just going to be so much admin work to it.
Admin.
Yeah, physical admin, obviously. And I mean, I could imagine, you're sitting there and you're busy racing, you're thinking to the stream, and hey, we got this racing service, yeah, that would be quite interesting.
So we've got one of your competitors back in the commentary box. AC, how are things going out there for you?
I must say it's going extremely well, Reggie. Nice driving there.
I tried, man. I tried. It's rough.
No, but it's actually not going bad at all. We've been keeping some steady pace, and Henry's back in the car, so yeah, we're quite happy where we are currently.
Yeah, you guys are doing an exceptionally great job there up in front, eh? I'm impressed. Real good stuff.
No, the guys are really very, very enthusiastic, enjoying it a lot. And we're almost halfway, guys. Almost.
Almost. Yeah, just
Almost.
32 minutes to go.
And then we're halfway. Still a lot of things that can happen, eh?
Yeah, look, I'm not wishing anyone any bad luck, but I'm just wishing anyone out there a bit of drive-through lessons and, I don't know, just Road Explorer moments. Kick up a little bit of dust. It always looks cool at night. Have you seen those lights when they spin around like a UFO? I love the sight of that.
Already, where are you guys currently?
We currently at the Karibu Expo Center, so we had raced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the top 3 guys are racing at Rage. So that's Tariq Adams, Christopher Radloff, and Ron Otten stay here, and we have our own rig on the other side, where we, the Hawks rig, where we are actually racing on. And we got 2 people on standby at home in case things go a little bit sour on our side.
That's nice. Well, how's the atmosphere there at Rage this year?
Look, it's my first time at Rage, so I can't really say much. It's all cool so far. Seeing a lot of cool things out here. But if most of the guys entered the competition, they would have gotten some tickets for Rage. If they'd entered the competition on the Centurial stream.
Oh, okay. I'm too far away, so that's no way that I would have been able to bring
Oh, yeah. You know what we'll do is sometime.
You must
maybe
do a Rage in the Cape.
What? A Rage in the Cape, dude?
Yeah, a Cape Rage. That'll be awesome.
I don't know, eh?
Yeah, we'll have like Bonti-Jewel briefcases all over.
I'm sure it would be really cool. There's a whole lot of people who would support it there in the Cape.
I definitely think so.
Yeah, so
Maybe something to consider.
yeah, I think. Well, look, if maybe the organizers of Rage would hear this, I'm sure they would. They moved from the Dome or what? Yeah, I think it was the Dome, something like that, to the Gallagher Convention Center. So it's a bit of a smaller place, but a nice place to be in, I feel, compared to the Dome. But yeah, look, as it is, the atmosphere is it's decent.
Oh, that's good.
From my perspective, it's decent. It's not what I always thought it would be. I was expecting a whole lot more crazy costumes. Obviously, seeing a few pictures from Comic-Con, I was expecting something similar. But obviously, they are definitely different. But yeah, we are about to go into load shedding in the next 30 minutes, and we're hoping that the inverter does not die again. So I'm sure the guys who are being chased by Tariq Adams right now, they are clutching their bum cheeks. Yeah, because that's the only reason why these guys were actually, all the way back. It's because when the inverter was supposed to hold the load, it tripped, and yeah. They could have been still in second place position, still trying to get into the chase for their first place. But you know what? I don't know. I feel like Luke will be venturing out there like a UFO. I know he's a person of adventures. But yeah,
something happened there with Luke now on the stream. I think they lost it.
Let's quickly jump to Luke.
Yeah,
there is
definitely. As you were talking on the stream,
Sorry,
I was watching them.
sorry that I'm being so quiet. I'm busy sending stuff to Steven when he takes over the stream.
No. It's all cool.
It doesn't look like he got any damage though, but there was a moment there. I think they lost their rear.
Oh, what? Maybe he's shocked that I'm on the commentary. That's all he's listening. He's like, how dare you say such about me?
Yeah, I think you put the curse on him, Reggie.
Oh, commentator's curse. Here we
Yeah, you
go.
could put the commentator curse on him.
You gotta use that special effects sauce, you know.
Yeah, well, as Reggie was talking, my teammate was letting him pass on the straight, and then all of a sudden you just see a Honda with his backside to the wrong side of the track.
I did say
So it's your fault, Reggie.
All is great.
Make sure to tell them it's your fault, eh?
We could try it again, you know, just another style or two. Just a little bit of Hogwarts to say. What is it called? Or something like that.
Oh man.
He's gonna need a couple of spins to make up that 10 minutes.
Yeah, look, you know, it is quite an interesting gap between the two teams. It's going to be a long shot, but you know what? There's a lot of fun into this because you know if you don't try it out, what's the use of actually racing?
Yeah,
definitely. So yeah. So I know the guys are trying their best to try recover as much as they can, but hopefully they will be able to recover. But yeah, I'll pop into the comms a little bit later on or sometime later. I'm just going to start preparing a few things for load setting to make sure that we don't get knocked off again.
And if we're not here, you can just talk to yourself.
Oh no, it's okay. I talk to myself all the time. I think.
Just don't answer yourself.
Oh no. You know, when you hit that level, you know.
We're currently looking at JW Falskink and, you know, Jason McGregor telling us JW is driving without force feedback, doing some serious damage limitation right now. So,
that car didn't look very happy, so I can understand.
And we actually saw him coming to a stop there. So
just tell them to park the car, restart the game, come back up again, and then we'll meet them right at the bottom of the driver's stand.
So at this stage, he has parked the car on the side of the circuit, so they are stationary on the side of the circuit.
Maybe trying to sort out the force feedback?
Yeah, maybe he's just parked the car there to try and sort out that force feedback.
So that is smart because instead of going into the pits, he knows he's not going to lose as much time compared to just being on the side.
But where is JW Falskink now? It actually looks like they're disconnected.
It does look like it.
We only have 20 cars out on the track at the moment. So
yep, they are. They must be going to come back in again. Look, they won't fall off that back. I mean, it's in and out, and 1 minute of hold time? They should be okay.
Yeah, we'll have to see when they come back where they will filter back out.
Alright, gents. I'll see you just now, and
cheers, Reggie.
Yeah, enjoy the stream, and thanks for everybody who's watching.
Yeah, enjoy your stint a little bit later on.
100%. I'll see you guys.
See you later.
Cheers, Reggie. So there's some action here at this late hour.
Yeah, it's
things going wrong.
Look, it's half the race still to go. It's by no means said and done at this stage.
Absolutely.
And how are you guys carrying on? You actually, at this stage looking quite good. I mean,
well, I think the guys have been driving beautifully, I must say.
Henry sitting in 4th position, so that's.
Yeah, I did a stint as well. I'm not the fastest, but at least I had no track cuts and no damage. So then that's a win in my book. So as long as you can bring the car back, don't lose too much time, and make sure that it comes back clean and in one piece, then I think it's a good stint.
Right, we're back to 21 cars. So they did most probably a driver swap. So let's quickly have a look.
That'll be Nordea, isn't it?
Cheers.
Is that the same team?
Quickly running through the field and
See, so I'm terrible with who's teammate, but at this stage they are listed as last place.
Last place, 21.
JW Falskink
In the pits currently.
with Bego Grobler and Jason McGregor. But that is the pink Mercedes. Okay. Well, in the darkness, you know, to be honest, it's a bit difficult to see the liveries on the cars.
No.
So, does that mean they have dropped right back into last place?
It does seem like that.
And they're getting going now.
Jason's in the car now.
Yeah, so they've done that driver swap. Jason who initially, and he stopped again.
Now, technical issues is not your friend.
No.
Specifically this, after you put in 12 hours, you
He
hope everything is sorted, that they can
he
give
got-
it the beans now.
got going again and making it out onto the circuit. So now all of a sudden they've got some serious work to do. I think it's just a question of it's just the timing screens that will have to catch up and let them filter out, because at this stage
Yeah.
it is showing that they are 274 laps behind, and that's the total amount of laps that's been done. So we're just going to have, they've stopped again.
Stopped again. Hopefully that's not a terminal type of problem.
Just want to keep an eye on them, and
I mean, as soon as you lose force feedback, I mean, this game is so dependent on that.
they've disconnected again. They are no longer 20 cars running. So Jason and JW, if you guys busy watching the stream, maybe give us a little bit of a
Scoop. Give us a scoop so we can
What's
tell
happening?
everyone.
what's happening behind the scenes. But they have
No.
now disconnected twice in the course of literally 5 minutes.
No, I mean, it's almost an impossible task to drive these cars without any force feedback. I mean, the sensation is just completely missing.
Yeah, that's
And I was driving with him in car, and I could see that Mercedes is not happy at all. So it's a terrible thing trying to do this without any force feedback giving you some indication about what your wheels are actually doing.
yeah. No, it's definitely very interesting, and now we can actually see the stars now in the sky, so it doesn't look like there's any clouds around. So
No rain for us. Thank you to the Bertus.
yeah, well, Bertus was
not-
with me in the commentary box for a long while, and he has said that no rain can be expected.
Well, that's
Well,
good news.
Jason McGregor says he was driver 1 and can't reconnect for the correct start procedure. So they are at this stage seriously trying to sort out issues in that hybrid Karibu car and trying to get it back in the race. While they are busy doing that, we've got Henry Mayer battling it out with Ryan Ottens, and a little bit of side-by-side action going on here.
Is that for position actually?
According to my timing screens, yes it
That
is.
looks like it.
Yes, it is. Your Delta is red, so you are currently taking the battle to third place with Ryan Ottens.
Well, go Henry then. In that case.
Nothing
You
like
you probably snuck up on him there. I don't know.
nothing like a midnight battle for position in the dark.
Exactly. Oh, that Audi was probably in stealth mode, sneaking up on that McLaren.
Not setting off the Deltas.
Yeah. Crew chief was completely oblivious to what was happening.
Yeah, sometimes I want to fire crew chief.
Now, sometimes he doesn't have the nicest words.
Not just the nicest words, he's made. That guy drinks. He drinks on the job. Sorry, that's my personal opinion.
But have you seen your driving? I would drink too.
Oh, Ryan Otten's running wide, so Henry Mayer's going to have a look there on the inside, which is going to put him now on the outside for turn 1. And Ryan just, keeping that inside line, just, walking Henry to the outside of the track, and it's just putting a little bit of squeeze on him, making life a little bit more difficult. Now, what I wanted to say is, you're driving along and crew chief comes over the radio and he says, "You're leading the race." Nah, mate. I'm not leading. Nope. So I don't know where he gets his positions from.
Yeah, especially if you make mistakes. He's not the kindest guy.
Oh well, at least you can if he swears at you too much, you can make him talk nicely to you if it hurts your feelings.
Yeah, but I don't mind.
So
sometimes you need hard words to get you back in the groove.
Having a look now at 11th place battle, Eric is saying he is 1.5 seconds behind Mark Cabassa, and that is literally what they can see with the headlights. Not a lot. So this night driving is certainly getting a bit interesting.
That's a different dimension as well, so it's definitely something different.
So
it almost feels like the track feels different at night.
It does, and
with a lack of references that you would normally have in daylight.
It does, and night driving is something you also need to practice, because a lot of the time some of your brake markers actually disappear, and you need to find new ones in the middle of the night. And
that can be an adventure on its own.
And I see somebody else has joined us, a certain Mr. Koenig. For how long have you been listening in on us?
I think you're going to be hiding away like this.
Good evening, Stephen.
Good evening.
Hey, Stephen.
Good evening, and I was just enough to listen to you guys' little dirty secrets and all the things that you've been chatting about, and also going and seeing a bit of sneaky moves by all the different cars to try and move up through the field. One of the things you guys did talk about is brake markers to steering wheel. I actually had it with the SAES, which I was commentating at, where it got nice and dark in Cape Town. You had to rely on the headlights, and the only way that you could see your way around it is hope you had a strong enough LEDs like these GT3 cars do have. Other option is you start working with braille, and that's going to be where's the dirt, where's the curbs, and maybe where's the wall to identify where your brake markers are. So it does rely a bit of work in what you're going to do. A lot of drivers also, remember, have cycled through the car at least once or twice, and now starting to feel the fatigue kicking in. They've also been awake during the day. The adrenaline, the enthusiasm, let's go racing now coming into play, and unfortunately that does wear you down. So the guys are going to have to be extra cautious on the way they go driving, and seeing guys being a little bit close, like Eric Hussein and Mark Buster, who are really trying to step up their game, get a little bit closer, try and make a position to get into the top 10 and fight out for the top 10 this late into the race. I mean, we haven't even hit the halfway mark at this point. It's 10 minutes off that. These drivers have still got a long way to go. The teams have still got a long way to go, and well, let's see what gives out first, man or machine.
Now that's absolutely true. And some technical issues for some of the teams as well.
Now,
I don't know. We've got an update from.
Well, it doesn't look like they have reconnected. We're actually now down to 19 cars, so there has been another disconnect. Now, for those of you that think Stephen sounds a little bit different, Stephen, you've got some technical difficulties of your own on your side.
Yes, it's called load shedding, and been out for a good couple of hours now here in Joburg. I've actually driven back from Pretoria East, where it's been, well, load shedding the whole way through. So, it's affecting all over the country. We're up to stage 5 load shedding here in Johannesburg. And it has been decreed by our local, by the government, that it is now a disaster zone. Yep, you heard me right. The ESCOM has decreed that we're in a state of, that Gauteng is in a bit of a disaster at the moment with all the load shedding.
Aren't we always?
So we've made, well, possibly. Now, a lot of these guys that are going around are either on generators or on battery power to keep themselves going, or having to work their strategies around who's got load shedding, who's got the lights on. And that sometimes leaves you in the car a little bit longer than planned. I know for a fact. Now, Jan, you and I had this situation where external circumstances mean that a driver does a little bit of a longer stint than what was originally planned or originally thought of.
Yeah, but we were dealing with more than just load shedding.
Oh, it was a form of load shedding.
It's true. No, what happened is during our 24-hour, after my stint, I all of a sudden became ill, and Stephen had to take over, and he had to do a lovely 5-hour stint while I was trying to become human again before I could get back in the car. And for those of you out there that don't know, Stephen races in VR, so he did a 5-hour stint in VR.
Sure.
Yeah, it was a little bit longer than 5 hours, and by the end of it, when we pulled into the pit, you had to guide me where to the pit was because the VR headset died.
Yeah.
So I was just driving blind into the pit box.
Yes, that's a challenging one.
Well, that's fine. As long as you hit the wall hard enough, you will get in a form of direction. But this is what a couple of the drivers that we're seeing on circuit, some of them are using VR, some of them are using screens, triples, singles, all that sort of stuff comes into play. So this is where teams have to try and adapt and move forward with what's going on. And even though if you have a single screen or a triple screen or a VR screen, at the moment you're seeing exactly the same. Pitch darkness, your headlights in front of you, and maybe some headlights behind you or in front of you ever so slightly. So it's definitely some incredible difficult situations at this point. But you also want to figure out at this time where everyone's slacked off ever so slightly, how can you manage your fuel? Maybe changing the engine mapping down a little bit, coming off the throttle a little bit just to save a bit of fuel, change the pit stop a bit to move your way forward. As we see Mr. Van Zyl, who's actually opted to get into the pits talking about it, he's going to be getting himself all sorted out, maybe looking to go for a double stint or even a triple stint at this point. These are the things that teams have got to start looking at realistically if they want to start making it into the top 10 or even into the top 5 come later stages of the race, because the crucial points are going to come right down after the halfway mark where the guys have got to really knuckle down and think, we're only allowed 5 pit stops, we can't have any more than that.
Quickly having a look with the YouTube stream, JW Volkskrink, by the sounds of his message, it does sound that they are out of the race now due to load shedding and no force feedback problems. So they said, the force feedback problems was a nightmare and was just going to end someone else's race too. So it does look like they are out of the race. We've still got 19 cars left on track from the original 21 that started the race.
Which is not bad in itself by this point.
Now,
but it's sad for a team to have to retire due to technical issues. I mean, they've been putting in a lot of work, obviously, and also their times were very, very quick.
I mean, absolutely.
They were running right up the top there. So yeah. It's a big blow, I think, for them as well. And we don't want guys to disconnect and have to retire because of those things.
So Sean just giving us a little bit of a heads up from LTR. He's saying Real Flip is getting in the car now.
Oh, so now we will see quick times according to him.
Yeah, so
the times are quick. It's the Real Flip driving.
Yeah, it's the Real Flip driving. So Stephen, they are sharing a rig. as well as some of the other guys, purely because of the issue with load shedding that we have.
They're out at the Rage Expo,
Yes.
and I saw Dylan Hall was behind the wheel for a little bit, and they went and really trying to push the bar for the LTR car. Proudly brought to you with association, you see check all over it. They're going in able to get themselves going. Also, taking a look rather noisy, so they're not getting much sleep at the Rage. And for anyone that has never been to a Rage land, it's 3 days of how long can you stay awake. And that's all the gamers there. They sleep on their keyboards if they have to, if they don't sleep at all. And for any of these sim racers, the only way they're going to get sleep is they're going to have to either camp in the car or go home, because it's going to be quite noisy there at the Rage Expo. But, touching on, as mentioned, it's never a nice thing to have guys retiring, whether it's in sim racing or real racing. I mean, I always compare sim racing, if you have to retire due to technical difficulty, it's like a car breaking down. It's something lets go. Something just doesn't last. We saw it today with the SAGT, the SAES. We actually had one, and we had a Super Polo. Last 2 minutes of the race, the car broke down. After nearly 9 hours of racing, the thing broke down with only 2 corners to go. Stopped on the side, boom, dead. We were running in 5th place. So
That's heartbreaking.
It can happen to anyone, and like our sim racers, it just takes one thing to go wrong. You got your team suffering with load shedding, and all of a sudden you have your gear suddenly lose force feedback. And well, you can try race it, but as Mr. Volsking rightfully said, he doesn't want to land up wrecking anyone else's race. And for someone to say, I'm going to stop because I don't want to wreck anyone else's race, I have to take my hat off. That actually shows maturity and thinking about your competition and the amount of effort they've put in. Yes, you want to keep going at all costs, but there is a point where you have to draw a line, where there's nothing you can do to keep going without landing with a problem. I mean, we've all had it. I remember Yadaman and I had it where we got right to the end of a 6-hour endurance, and we had to wait. All we could do was limp a car around the line with a bent steering wheel, and we were leading at one point to the race. I'm sure you've had a run where suddenly it's all gone wrong. It's last minute it lands up going wrong, and you have to take that very, very bitter pill, but a realistic one. So despite that, it's nice to see the guys still joining in, still watching and supporting their friends that are in this 24-hour race and still giving it everything they got. And that shows the community what stands now, and shows that people are working together, they are supporting, and they're going to cheer their mates on throughout this 24 to make sure that they cross the line in whatever position. Now, I think any team that can commit and has landed up being on the grid, that persevered through all the conditions to just be on the grid for this 24-hour event, I honestly take my hat off to them.
Now I see Mr. Kleinhans has joined us in the commentary box.
Yeah, hello.
And
Glad to join in.
how are things going out there for you guys?
I mean, we've been happy so far. A few mistakes here and there, but we've played catch up. The first few hours were honestly just making up for some mistakes. Mr. Essie.
No, well, of course. Like I said, I had to show the people exactly what it was that I was talking about. When you lose it in Eau Rouge and you wreck the car. So
I just
had to show people.
I just had to drag him into the commentary box, just to have a bit of team-to-team discussion.
No, it's been good fun so far. The last couple stints have been awesome for us. So my last stint was amazing. So just everything sort of just went well. So yeah, we're happy and high hopes.
I mean, you are currently sitting in 4th position.
Yeah, it's partly due to poor Mr. McGregor and his team.
And,
But yeah.
I also thought you were going to say, if it wasn't for SC, would have been right up there, second place.
No, they already said that to me in the private chat. Don't worry. Don't worry. They made sure I know it. I know it.
Now, Stephen, I want to get your view on this. Currently on screen, Luke Addison. Driving with him, we've got Jordan Sherritt, we've got Cody Sherritt. Those three, at this stage, they're 4 laps ahead of the rest of the field. After, call it 12 hours of racing. What's your view on that?
A powerhouse team. Proper powerhouse team. You've got drivers that really know what they can do. They really know how to push the limits. And honestly, I take my hat off to seeing a team like that come in and show what they can do. Jordan Sherritt, who we haven't seen race in a RaceFace Endurance League for a long time, returning and putting in the effort to go and show why he is one of the quicker drivers. I know that at the moment he was getting overshadowed by his brother, Cody Sherritt, who went and won the championship for the Thursday series. So Jordan is stepping up and saying, listen, I can do this. Luke Addison, also incredibly fast driver, incredibly talented. And, I think it's a very strong pairing to have the two guys on the car. It's much like today we had Silvio Scribante, who's the 2022 champion for the SAGT, paired up with Jordan Pepper.
Sure.
Jordan Pepper was in the car. You had 2 champions going in, absolutely sending it. They destroyed, ran away from the field. We had Stuart White and Luca Coney, I think his name was. He's a factory Audi DTM driver. Came second in the championship for the DTM. It's also incredibly strong pairing. They stuck him with Kwanda McKenna, who's an up-and-coming South African champion that jumped into a GT3 after racing GT4. I think strong pairings like that is needed to help go and push the level of the grid, because it gives people a target to go for.
Yes, absolutely.
There's the fastest car. You want to race against the fastest guys, and prove that you're the fastest. Well, there's the fastest car. Go for it. You can either make it stick or you can get as close as possible. Maybe, just maybe, you have what it takes to beat out the team and really claw your way to the top. And that's where it all comes down to it. Set your targets. And don't set it one position ahead. Set it right at the top. Then your secondary target a little bit further down. Start working on that. And I promise you, right the way through, you're going to have a great one. Luke Addison has got a target on his back. He's also got his team relying on him for this night shift to do well. Don't mess the car up. Don't go and fall off the circuit, and concentrate on those times. He's not putting in the super fast times like we would see, but he's putting in consistent, reasonably quick time to ensure that that car can get to the end and it maintains the strategy that they want to try and claw their way through. Moore is trying to get a little bit closer. Him and his team are probably figuring out everything. They're trying to see, okay, well, how can we make up these lap times? What can we do to improve our strategy that possibly, just possibly, we can undercut or overcut these guys to try and get those laps back. And a little bit further down, Henry Mayer, who is the Wednesday champion, going in, pairing up with his team. Also, same thing. Trying to dial that car in, trying to figure out the strategy, what's going to be the next move to claw their way through. Because considering how close they are to second place, it is a possibility they can go for the silver. Maybe at some point they can go for the gold. It is there, but they are getting chased down by fourth place, and that's where it gets into another situation. Don't push too hard. Don't psych yourself out in these later stages of the races, because otherwise you're going to wear yourself completely out before you even get to your last stint. And when you get to your last stint, you're going to be a zombie. You're going to be running in robot mode. You're going to just figure out the course goes left, right, left, right, left, right. But you're not going to put in those lap times that are needed or keeping to a target lap time And unfortunately, that's when we start seeing the mistakes. It's not going to be now. We're going to see the mistakes getting closer towards 12 o'clock tomorrow, well, later today. Because good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Sunday.
Now
We are officially past halfway.
Now I wanna, with everything that Stephen has just said. Now, Ruan, Essie, you are the teammates of Henry Meyer. So where is your target lying now? You've made it up to third place. Where do you go from here?
Look, it's basically preservation at this point. In my opinion, it's like we know Tariq's team is extremely fast, so we're just trying to keep it clean.
And keeping in mind that yes, they are extremely fast, but look what happened to Falskink and team. I mean, that was an unfortunate mishap, and you don't wish that on anybody, but
No, definitely
anything can happen.
Yeah, and like we discussed earlier today as well, I mean, one mistake as well costs you a lot of time, specifically on Spa with the long pit lane and everything like that. So, yeah, it is like that anything can happen. We're only halfway now, so there's still a lot of racing to do.
Yeah, thanks for reminding everybody that we're only halfway now. I was hoping we were way past that stage now.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone at this point at the race, you're still in high spirits. The fatigue isn't yet setting in, So, closer to 6 hours, closer to 3 hours. That's where it's going to start getting tougher.
Yeah, and that's where you're going to start experience, Stephen doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Yes, Stephen, I did tell everybody about your excursion to the steward's office at 4 o'clock in the morning complaining about the Aston Martin's windscreen wipers.
and they still haven't fixed it. I mean, damn it, man. I'm like, come on. No joke. I'm going to tell this straight out. I actually sent an email to the developers. And I explained to them that in GT3s, the windscreen wiper doesn't move. It doesn't bounce around like it's not connected. And how I know is because I'm actually around GT3 cars and I can prove it. And there was in-car footage which was sent on these three cars of an Audi, an Aston, and a Lamborghini. And there's the windscreen wiper. It's not bouncing. It's still there. Ironically, today we actually had rain in Cape Town, and one of the Lamborghini pulled in, the Trans-Africa Lamborghini pulled in. They turned the windscreen wiper on, but it was getting caught in the bodywork, and it wasn't moving. So there's a mechanic with a number 13 spanner leaning over the bonnet, trying to loosen the bolts, but to try and get the windscreen wiper to free up enough that they can pull it and try and bend it to make it work. And that's definitely what you want to see on a proper Lamborghini GT3 Huracan. And I mean, that's a 2019 GT3 car, 4.5 million rand. And you got Barney Frickers with a 13 spanner going and undoing and bending the windscreen wiper to make it work. But that's what's needed. It comes down to whatever that's needed to get it working, and much in sim racing, whatever you need to do to try and get things up and going, you're going to try your luck. If your brake pedal starts acting a bit funny, well, you're going to go back to your cheaper brake pedals. You're not going to worry about using a load cell. You're going to take those G29 pedals and connect it, and well, it's going to feel a bit funny under your foot, but you want to see the checkered flag. And it's like with you guys, you're watching your teammate go around circulating, doing well, and I can bet you, hands down, right now, you're probably going and looking, going, don't mess this up.
Yeah.
Just don't mess it. And if you do this on camera, mate, you owe us all drinks right now. I can tell you that. The moment you lose it on camera, where we're just going and talking about strategy, you're gonna get it. The next step is going to be the bar and he's buying the drink sort of thing.
For sure. Like, to be honest, every time you go through a rouge, your heart skips a beat a little bit,
I think I've aged during this race.
Well, the easiest thing is, I'm not going to be the commentator's curse. I like how he's just flashed their hazards to say thank you. I'll give him that one. For a person that actually drives with the indicators and everything, it's good to see. But I don't want to go too far back here. Henry's recent run on Spa, let's say, wasn't what he really wanted. And I'm sure you guys had a chat with him to say, listen, you got to tone it down a little here. We want to survive the end of this race.
It may have been mentioned a couple times.
A couple of times.
Mate.
Nice a sticky note on the steering wheel. Do not forget. Just saying and pointing out.
I just want to say, Henry's coming into the pit, so I hope not any one of you two is driving.
I know we're still all good. It's Bubba jumping in, so Ron will be taking over.
Okay, all right. So you're making sure that swap the drivers out and telling your brother, listen, you screw this one up, buddy. Then you've got lots to answer here for, because it's now related by blood. It's not even just a friend anymore.
There's a bit of weaving in the pit lane. Is he trying to keep the tyres warm and toasty?
Trying to wake up,
Yeah,
shake
probably.
himself up and going.
This bit's so long you have to entertain yourself.
That's actually true. Just find yourself cruising along 50 kilometers an hour. Just try and stay awake. Because
I almost hit the wall on this last little bit because I wasn't paying attention. You lose focus.
Now,
And that turn is quite sharp as well in the pit.
How bad do you guys think it's going to come 4-5 o'clock in the morning?
We've got a bit of a night owl in Ethan, so I think he'll be a good at least.
So you're going to stuck Ethan in?
Yeah, no, Ethan's going to carry us a bit in that little bit. I'm going to get some sleep in probably an hour or so, and then I think we should be good for the morning. But no, I've got faith in Ethan. So luckily he's quite sorted.
I'm going to ask a tough question here for the team. Who's going to have the most back pain for carrying the team? There we go. Let's see egos here.
Silence.
Let's create some drama.
Silence.
Well, I know it's not me. So that I do know.
So
it's tough because honestly, I think at the moment Ethan's probably our quickest guy. He's been just putting in solid laps. He hasn't got a single warning yet. He's just doing a really good job. So definitely him.
I see Stephen.
I'll second that.
Stephen, I see Dylan has come onto the YouTube chat and he says, because of his karting today, his body is so sore and he can't sleep. So, yeah, Dylan, it's sad to hear. If I'm not mistaken, you're soon to start your stints.
Excuses.
As it
Excuses.
Yeah.
That's excuses. Come now. You've done karting. Like you didn't do hard work at all. Jeez, like really, go grab yourself a monster, mate. Yeah, come on. What are we talking about here?
Oh, I mean, I think if Dylan is hearing you now, he's itching to join us and just set the record straight.
I mean, if anything, the go-karting could just be a very good warm-up.
Yeah, man, you got your eye in now, and you're ready to
work
go.
on the reflexes, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I'm gonna go visit the Rage tomorrow, and I'm gonna have Dylan go. Do you know how much work? Sorry, man. I was delusional in the morning. You have no idea. Oh. No, it's incredible.
He says with my two friends, Buck and Steen.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there's your problem.
Oh, Dylan, just remember to put your crash helmet on, okay? Just safety first. You got your boots, you got your gloves, just put the crash helmet on, you're fine. Yeah, I gotta say it's nice to see the interaction coming in, teams starting, just going and chatting to everyone, having teams coming into the commentary box and talking about what's out there. It's refreshing. It's really refreshing, and coming from a scene where I wasn't able to talk to the drivers too much and get an idea. It's nice to come to a box full of laughter versus a box full of seriousness and working out. The thing is, today, I think I've done more math today on a piece of paper than I've done in high school. And honestly, the only time I had to find my ex this much was when she ran away with my credit card. I mean,
Well, Stephen, it wasn't always like this. At the beginning, it was mostly myself, and Essie joined me afterward. After a while, nobody wanted to share anything, no strategies or nothing. So I kept on asking, and eventually they started creeping in and sending a little message of who will be pitching soon and so forth. So I got their cooperation now. From us.
I think the problem with strategy is nobody really knows what they're doing.
That sounds about right.
You just. So when will you guys be pitting again? We don't know. Most probably when we crash again. That will be our next pit stop.
The thing is, we don't know. And you don't know that we don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when the dashboard goes like a Christmas tree and celebrating Christmas too early, then you go in the pits.
Yeah.
Easy as that. Drive it till it's in the red. But honestly, I've just got to apologize on behalf of my teammate, though. I'm sorry that you went through a tremendous amount of mental torture. I'll help with getting psychology work done first, okay? I know Mr. Prius over here. He can be very difficult. Saying that, I just want to point out yesterday, I had to eat my socks. That's the only way of saying it, because I saw
eat
something
them normally. You smoke them.
No. I had to eat my socks because I could not believe what happened. And other than we had a Audi and a Lamborghini duking out in the front of the SAE, we got to see something that I thought I'd never commentate on. Now, the Backdraft Roadster looks like an AC Cobra, the modern day AC Cobra. It's built in Durban. It's a kit car. It runs a Lexus 4 litre Lexus V8, and you go racing. Big V8, awesome. It got beaten out. Just on consistency by a Toyota Yaris GR, a 1.6 litre turbocharged with 4-wheel drive road car. No modifications to the suspension, nothing. Road car that still can listen to Spotify in it. It's got speakers, aircon, and it's got electric windows. Beat out a V8. You know how sour I was. The only way I can say it is I was as sour as finding it with that darn windscreen wiper flapping around, because I had to say a Toyota Yaris came in the top 10, beating out V8s, beating out GT3s, GT4s, Shelby Can-Ams, Junos, Ligiers. It beat out a Mercedes 2020 GT3.
Yeah. But it just shows you how important pace is. Just outside pace is always gonna get you there. It doesn't help you can hot lap and get this amazing single lap.
Well, just Ruan van der Westhuizen is asking how you gents feeling in the commentary box. Well, Ruan, to be very honest with you, I think at this stage we're not quite sure what's going on anymore.
It's just guesswork. Don't stress about it.
Yeah. And,
goes this way, goes that way.
And Dylan said to you, Stephen, it was endurance karting.
What does that mean?
Man, it just sounds like a warm-up. It's like going to the gym.
Is that like a half-hour race then?
Yeah.
So Dylan, when are
I'm
you
gonna get a
driving?
lecture.
Dylan, when are you driving? How much time have you got to pop over to the commentary box?
Oh, then you gotta change it to PG-18 because I think abuse is gonna come early in a direction.
Yeah, but he must first finish his stretches.
Oh no,
Get himself
he did.
loose.
He did the stretches already. Don't stress.
Yeah, the steps was the go-karting.
Yeah, that was it, eh? That was it.
And he told me earlier in the commentary box he's got a mattress there at Rage, so you can just go and have a quick lie down.
Then I've got a simple question, because obviously he's got his teammates around and they're all working together. Who's Big Spoon, Little Spoon?
Oopsie. Stephen, you've done it. Stephen, you have officially done it. So moving into the commentary box. Maybe I should throw him into the Pro-Am commentary box. Into the commentary box. Hello, Dylan.
Listen, I'm going to invite you guys to our tea party and I'll show you who the big spoon is.
How are things going over at LTR? Hello? Dylan doesn't want to talk to us anymore.
No, I do. I've just got my feedback because I forgot that my sound is on, so I'm hearing what you guys are hearing.
Oh, sure.
But twice. So let me say that again. Steven, you're lucky I like you. Otherwise I would come find you. I have a certain set of skills. It's called fucking steer.
Listen, maybe I like it, Ruff. You don't know, hey?
Listen, this is a family channel. That's why I've been using my little coconut icons. I don't know if you've noticed that.
The coconuts will be hurling in my direction, but Dylan, you out at Raid, you guys are competing with a crowd around you, watching what you guys are doing. So,
what crowd? They're doing their own thing. What's happened is now we've got nighttime guys are starting to get themselves sleeping, which is what I should be doing. But due to some, how can I say, interesting
Commentating.
Questionable commentating.
Just can't get comfortable.
well, fair enough. And, you've done a stint in the vehicle. You went and said that you've done the night shift as well. The team is still in high spirits at the moment, but how's the race going for the LTR team? Is everything going to plan, or has there been a few wrenches thrown at you?
Well, what happened is that our screen went off at the start. So we started from the pits. So we are talking about the strategies. We had this beautiful, beautiful Excel spreadsheet that was basically tossed out before the race had even started.
Oh, shit.
So we've been kind of making it up as we go, but we do have a plan. So initially, I should have done the racing at 12, but I'll only be on from 4 o'clock onwards.
So your plan is to make a plan?
That is correct. That is
Okay.
why I'm here. Is that Flip had got into the rig, and it is adjustable, but it hadn't clicked down properly, so he was kind of driving it like a truck, and it kept moving up and down. So what I had to do is basically fiddle around with the seat to move it back low enough so that his legs could go down, and then get the wheel locked in place. So it has been a very interesting challenge for him as well.
Now, also being out of your usual gear and your usual comfort zone, because obviously everyone's got their setup. At home you've got your setup, everything is set in a certain way. Now you're completely out of it. You're into a foreign area and a foreign rig. You're essentially jumped into something completely different. How's it been trying to adapt to it and going and putting things aside, getting used to things, and trying to get back that pace? Because obviously you can't start out, on the same pace that you were in your own rig, because there's a lot more going on. And obviously with being at the Rage with the LAN, you've got over 300 people, all gaming, all doing their own thing, walking around, and that can also provide distractions, which generally is not in your usual racing scene. How's it been for the team in terms of getting the mindset to focus on what needs to be done and also getting used to an entirely different setup?
So there's essentially 3 points that I picked up there, which I'll cover for you now. First of all, driving in a alien rig is horrible. As beautiful as these rigs are, is that because they're adjustable, you never quite get it set the way you want it, and it's always like, it's just not right. When you spend hours and hours setting up your own rigs at home to get it just perfect. Even the feedback on the wheel is different. We've used default and we've tried to set it, but guys are using different wheels from in their own setups, which does make it very interesting for them. I'm fortunate enough where I do use the T300, which is on the rig that we're using, and I'm fortunate enough that the pedal set that we're using is the same. But what's happened is that when we're pushing the brakes or pushing the accelerator, for some reason it's not reading it the way it does at my house. Is that it's going half throttle or half brake, even though you're giving it the full throw. So it's changed the way the car reacts, because now with a half a throttle, it's actually giving us a full throttle. So that's been very, very interesting already. Having the people around, that's what we want. We want them to come and see. We want them to come and ask us questions. What's going on? Why are you guys here? And it's been absolutely incredible. I had a guy actually come and sitting next to me in the last 20 minutes, and just standing here, just watching what was going on. I'm pointing at the stream, showing him how much time is left, showing him where we are, and that's what we want. Having us as a team is that there's currently 3 guys at Rage. The others are racing from home. So we're going to be doing Rage racing now until 3 o'clock, and that's when I get in, and then the 2 guys that are driving from home will then basically come in. So you say there's a team behind us. We do have a pit crew on standby, and that's kind of how we're operating this evening.
So you're trying to keep awake with whatever snacks that is possible and what's available. It does change things up a little bit, because you're not in your own creature comforts at all. Whether you're trying to sleep or not, you haven't got your usual comforts around you. And those will provide different challenges. But honestly, the team's been doing well. Been moving you guys have been moving your way up, and seem to be coping with all the challenges that's getting thrown at you, which is honest. It's great to see. It's great to see the guys going and putting in the hard work. And congratulations to you and the team, and also on the recent new sponsorships that's developed for the LTR team.
Awesome, thank you very much. What I will do, Stephen, is I'll definitely make sure that I get you in one of our carts. And when I know that the sprint guys, the 2-stroke guys, they go a little bit faster than us, and they're doing between 10 to 12 laps. But come and sit in a car to know that you've got to do a 45 lap stint before giving over to your mate. Then we start talking about how your body feels afterwards, and then do that 3 times during the day.
Wouldn't be the first time. I'll bring you back to I'll bring you back to history. Come jump in 100. We'll take turns. I'll go in the F400. You go back in 100. Yeah, we go and have a jaw.
Happiness. Let's do it. Set it up, Stephen. We'll go to Vereniging, so it's flat, and then we can basically see where you are at all times.
Who's going to push past 100? Or are we gonna introduce the others that don't know how to get those things going?
Stephen, I didn't realize you said it was a leg day. Because you're the one who's going to be pushing me. I ain't pushing you.
Well, if F400 has a button to start, so I'm good. You're the one that's got the 2-stroke. But good luck for all the racing, and good luck trying to get a bit of rest as well for your next load of stints. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge, and getting a bit worn out from being in a cart getting bashed around. I'm sure that's going to prove that it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge in things with the lactic acid buildup that's been through the day, and just not having that downtime that is needed just to let everything process. So that's one to keep an eye out for. And well, let's see how you guys go. You're still in the race, 19 cars still circulating. Let's see if you guys can make it a top 10 by the end of this whole 24-hour race.
Awesome, guys.
And
Enjoyed.
Dylan, just one last thing.
Yes.
Just remember one last thing. Stephen is not going to leave you alone.
No, I know that. I know that. Like my wife said, you're the one who chose this life.
No, all the best. All the best.
Cool. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Oh, interesting chats going and chatting to the different teams and finding out a little bit more going on of how things are happening, but also technical difficulties of when you put your foot down flat on the throttle, it goes to half throttle. If you come off it a bit, then it goes to full throttle. That actually changes your driving style a little bit and makes you sit in the back of your head of, well, what do I need to do to make sure that the car's doing the correct things and more predictable? And that's where it's going to be interesting, because I know, Essie, Feyenoord, you guys are in your own rigs, you have your own setups, you know it all too well. But at the same time, you got to have a little bit of a feel to your competition that are running into these type of issues. But I know at the same time, it helps in terms of they're a little bit more away from you and having the confidence of, okay, they've got a slight problem. We seem to be okay.
It definitely plays a part. Like earlier when I started my stint, I actually noticed my brake pedal started getting slightly loose. It worries you, but it's always in the back of your mind. But you have to sort of dive around it and just kind of believe, and that's in my own rig. So I could only just imagine, being in this totally alien, foreign thing, not being totally comfortable. It for sure would impact you. And I mean, if listening to him saying, having pedal issues, it's a worst nightmare, for any racer. Just your pedals are so important. So
I've always driven on cheap stuff, so load cell pedals and that I'm not too used to. But gentlemen, you actually had this where we've changed rigs. You had to go in my rig, I had to go in your rig, and from getting used to a thing like using load cells to go for more of a cheaper sensor, or more of a rubber stopper as pedals, you also know where things come into play there of, if you're used to one set of things, jumping into a completely alien setup from a direct drive and load cell setup into more of a belt-driven setup, that's also going to start playing knock-on effects to it.
Not just that. I mean, the big difference from my rig to your rig wasn't the steering wheel and the pedals. It was actually that effect of, I run on screens. I run a triple screen setup, and Stephen races in VR, and that was weird to race in VR.
VR is definitely weird.
And Stephen, I don't know how you do it, because when I sit in that car and I look around, there's way too many buttons I try and push, and I find myself, what does this button do? And I can't push the button, and it frustrates me.
You go for the button, you realise that the floor's right there, and you just bend the finger in the wrong way. That's that's a red button.
And the weirdest thing, driving in VR, Essie, and you can actually drive and look behind you. So I was driving
it's
and
crazy,
leaning over and checking behind the track. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. I want to look around. I find it difficult to focus on the track, because
It's for sure it's like an overload almost if you're not used to it, because there's just so much available. You look around and all of a sudden you can properly look into an apex of a corner, but you kind of miss it because it's so foreign to you. So
yeah, we just saw...
I don't have a VR setup or anything like that, but I do have a head tracking system that I have used sometimes in ACC as well, which is sort of almost like VR because you can turn your head and look around, and in some ways it is comfortable because it's if you set it up correctly, then it's quite natural. But I think with the VR with a proper stereoscopic vision, I think that's just on the next level.
Well,
don't you get motion sickness even when you do the VR thing? Did it take you some time to get used to it?
Honestly, no. I found that was more natural than triple screens because, coming from the real world racing scene, I'm so used to being in the car. And for a long time, I used to moan that I felt so disconnected out of the vehicle because I'm looking at a screen. Even when I drove on Yarman's triples, it was, you can see everything, but you don't feel like you're there. Now, I think that's the hardest part for people coming from, real racing scene into sim racing and not going the other way around, is you're expecting to feel stuff coming through your body that you're so trained to it that putting it into it, just having screens where you know that screens, it's not anything else. The VR is rather helpful. As you said, you can look into corners, you can try and figure out what's going around. I find it's a lot more natural. At the same time, for a person like me, I've got ADHD, I struggle from it. And if a cat or the dog walks in front of me, and I tend to venture off looking at the dog or the cat and go venturing off into the fences.
You run out of talent.
I never had talent in the first place, so, can't say I ran out. Probably in debt instead. But it works more of putting blinders on. You zone in, you concentrate more, you feel a little bit more in the car. Yes, you do have the thing of it getting a bit more warm compared to triple screens, but what I find the trade-off works a lot better. I feel a lot more in the car.
And the one thing, Stephen, the one thing you have mentioned to me, and people might find it strange, but coming from a person that comes from a real racing background, I understand where you're coming from. And you made the comment to me the one time that it feels like you've got your helmet on.
Yeah, it's exactly like feeling like I've got my helmet on. The weight isn't too cumbersome, but I can see where each thing fits, from an ultra wide to triple screens to VR to all the different things. You can see where it has its home, where it suits. VR hasn't got the high resolution like everyone, like on a normal screen. Example, I was originally on a 19-inch screen, ran at 20 frames a second. That was the most I ever knew. Moving on to VR, I'm at 60 to 80 frames a second. On a busy circuit, I'm at 44, 45 frames a second. But that's fine for me. It's okay. I don't have the highest resolution, but I get what I want out of it, and that's being connected to the car. Where a lot of guys that move on to the likes of the ultra wides or the single screens or even triples are looking for those higher frame rates, those higher resolutions that they can spot the brake markers from a little bit further away. And that does have its benefit. One, you're a little bit more comfortable. It's a bit more easier for anyone to get in and out. It's also more comfortable for you to get in and out of the sim rig. And especially in an endurance race like this is where VR kind of falls flat in an endurance race, because you're restricted depending on what you've got. Take the Oculus Quest and the Oculus Quest 2. It discharges more than it charges. So your battery dictates how long you can be in the vehicle, versus a more of a PC headset where it's got no battery in it. It's like your Index, your G2 reverbs, but then you need a more powerful graphics card to go and power these things to what you need it to be. Where screens, you can take the system load off and it goes onto just a normal screen, and you have those higher refresh rates. It's more accessible to go for it. And in the case of, it used to be triples was very difficult. It's super expensive to go into. Nowadays, screens are getting cheaper and cheaper. They're starting to figure out ways how to make high quality screens at a more reasonable price. And yes, it's still pretty penny. Let's be honest. We're not going to tell our girlfriends, our wives, our partners how much we've actually spent on sim racing, whether it's buying the sim or using us, buying the sim rigs and everything. But it's not what it used to be in terms of an out-of-reach goal. You don't have to have that 600,000 rig to be competitive. You don't have to have the full motion setup to be competitive. Yes, it just adds immersion, but a lot of it comes down to how much you can see and what you can feel through your hands. Let's take a look. VR is much like the new semi-coupe pedals they have come out. 6,000 euros for a pedal that vibrates underneath your foot. It's good. It can do quite a few things, but is that going to make you any faster? No, it's going to add that. It's going to add that level of immersion, and you're going to look after that like it's your baby. You're going to feed it nicely. You're going to brush it off. You're going to take it to bed with you, but it doesn't make you any faster. You look at what sim racing was, where we were running at 60 frames a second. We were on, monitors that were hitting 75 hertz, and you're like, wow, this is the pinnacle of where things can be. Majority of the monitors now, 1080p. A lot of the guys are running at 1080p monitors, some at 1440p, but they're not going and breaking the budget. They're not going in saying, geez, I spent 23 grand on this 1080p monitor. No, it's more of under 10,000 rand you can get one, and it makes things slightly more accessible, especially with the used market, with how things have developed. So there's pros and cons to everything. I don't think VR is at the point that it can compete with the likes of triples or even a good ultra wides like a 49-inch 1000R curve. I don't think it's quite there yet. Yes, you can see a lot, but the trade-off is you can't see too far into the distance and how much load it puts on the system. And that's where in an endurance race, you need something that you can be comfortable in, that isn't going to put your system through hell, and that you can be able to take it through a 24-hour, that you can extend your stints like what you guys probably have, putting guys in for double stints, triple stints, multiple hours behind it without taking too much strain on the eyes.
I think you touched an interesting point there, essentially just to sort of like hardware levels. A lot of people think you need, a direct drive and everything to be quick, but it honestly isn't the case. It's just practice. If we take our own team as an example, poor Ethan, he's using a T150 and he's the quickest one out of all of us.
Very true.
And then you get amazing rigs which are super immersive, but doesn't mean you're going to be the most competitive person. At the end of the day, you put in the work.
I've seen it also where, some of the quickest guys out on track are driving with a Logitech G29 mounted on a desk with an office chair and a TV for a screen.
Yeah.
It only hits 60 frames a second. It will never go further than that. But they are one of the quickest guys out on track.
I think it just... No, go ahead, Steven.
No, I was going to say the barrier to entry is not as... The problem is, let's be honest, we all go see these awesome rigs, massive button boxes that are just stunning, direct drives, you know, steerings with screens and more than enough buttons on it that you can probably launch a bloody space rocket from it. And that's kind of where the goal, everyone wants to have their sim race car. They want to have something like their race car. But a lot of people see that and they go, I'll never be able to. I'll never be able to be quick because I can't have that specific thing.
Yes.
And I think more that we can show that it doesn't matter what you got. And we've seen guys come in with controllers and do fairly well with a controller. The barrier to entry isn't as high as one thinks. It really isn't.
Yes.
And you don't have to have the best of the best to go and slug it out. You can go like your teammate that's on a T150, very basic force feedback, just enough to give you enough information of what the car's going on, and go race. And slowly build your gear up if you want to develop this stuff to make it a little bit more immersive for yourself. Concentrate on the creature comfort. I know a lot of people, you know, go for the bucket seat. You know, I've seen guys spend, what was the worst one? 52,000 Rand on a bucket, a Sparko. It wasn't even Sparko, it was some other type of bucket seat. I don't know what to call it. And he spent an hour in it and says he's back with Thor. The main thing is that was built for a race car that if you hit a wall, they can pull you out in that seat. So you start looking at the guys that actually just make their own stuff. They build it for their own creature comfort. That costs them a couple $100 grand, a little bit of elbow grease, and you've got something set up that's for you.
I mean,
something that you're comfortable.
I've seen guys build awesome looking rigs out of PVC piping that couldn't have cost them more than 300 Rand to buy.
Yeah, I've seen some awesome PVC rigs actually.
Yeah. I actually wanted to build one many years ago when I still had used my Logitech Momo wheel. So yeah,
wow.
I mean, so yeah, it is so you don't need to have the latest and greatest. If you've got a passion and you've got the work ethic, put in the hard work and so on,
when
you can be as quick as anyone.
When me and Steven first started racing, Steven, you were using a wheel. I don't know what wheel you were using, but you still had a shifter, and you were sequential shifting the car and driving with one hand.
It was a driving force throw.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what it is. And as you roughly said, you know, you started on a Momo steering wheel, which is the Driving Force Pro was the deluxe version over that Momo steering wheel, was the next echelon. But these are things that are still around, and honestly, for everyone that's out there, if you've got a friend that's interested in sim racing and wants to be a part of the racing in the league, go and get that old steering wheel out the cupboard. Go get it. Go and say, have a crack at it. Whether the person takes it around Forza Horizon or something, just to ignite that spark and invite them into leagues that are welcoming. You know, start out in the casual leagues and move into more into like what RaceFace is more of a serious league, but with the elements of welcoming. That's I think the right way to start off that initial spark, to get people interested, to get people going. And that's the main thing we've got to focus on, is get people growing, grow the sport from a social level into a league level, and get people understanding that there isn't too much of a barrier to entry. I know that at the Rage Expo there's a whole thing that's going on with MSA at the moment, where they're trying to push the whole thing of you don't have to have the best of the best. You don't need to be the best of the best, and it doesn't matter what you're on, whether you're on console, whether you're on PC, and you have an opportunity to go in and just drive what you want. I mean, realistically, a lot of this, we look at the GT3 racing that's going out on the circuit for 24 hours. I know certainly there's a lot of people, myself included, that don't have the budget to even, go and climb into these costs. They're sitting at 5.5 million rand. But a sim that gives me the opportunity to go and have a burn in it, have a jewel in it, that's something you want people to experience. So, if you do have that old steering wheel and you've got a friend that's interested in it, allow them to have a burn. Let them have a crack.
And
I still actually have my Momo. I actually have 2 Momos still. All of them still working.
We had a discussion a while back. Stephen, I think you were part of that discussion, and we were talking about sim racing and the future of sim racing. And one of the points that was brought up, very much the way the world is going, as we look at the Aston Martin going around the track. In 20 years from now, where are you going to be racing a twin-turbo V8 race car? You're going to race it on a sim, because everything else is going to most probably be electric.
That's a swear word. Don't say it.
It says the one who owns the Porsche.
Oh, not a Porsche. It's on a sim. It's the LDMH BMW, which is a hybrid. Still got an engine.
Haven't you got the electric Porsche?
No, not as yet. Not as yet. I'm still trying to convince myself to see how that goes. But realistically, you're quite true on this. I mean, fossil fuels is going to run out at some point. These magnificent vehicles are going to land up being they're not going to race too often. And with the world being very safety conscious at this point, it's everything about renewable energy sources, and that's ideally where we need to go. We need to protect the environment, and I don't take anything away from that. Yes, I'm a little bit bitter. That means that all the nice stuff's going to go away. It's like having a T-bone steak, and someone goes and takes a T-bone steak away and puts a carrot on your plate. You're gonna have it because you're hungry, but you're not gonna be the too happiest of camper that they've taken your T-bone steak away. But it's very true. The sims are where it's going to be, and teams are looking at sim drivers to put them in real cars. That's how it's moving on, because of the nature of the system. Let's take a look. Today we had 2 types of Astons racing. In the SAES, we had the old school Aston Martin V8, old Vantage going in racing, and then in the SAGT we had the AMR that was going around. 2 different era Aston Martins, same concept, front engine, big V8, go like the clappers. But the internal systems, the computers that made the difference. You've got one that is all about just put your foot down and go. The ABS will kick in at some point. Traction control's there, don't stress about it. To the newer car, where there's finer controls that you can change your engine mapping, you can change your throttle mapping while inside the vehicle. You can change to a more linear or a more gradual or like a butterfly shape. There's a lot more going on, and there was a discussion that was had, and it actually came from one of the engineers. Said that sim racers have an easier time working with that because they start knowing a little bit more about the electronics from the sim racing, where the guys that have so used to the older spec cars know how to use their right foot, and that's